A certain student council president's story. What is an academy? When faced with that question, most people would think of it as a place where children that were not quite yet adults gathered to learn. But this place is different. Quack. Damn it, break through. The academy named Eugratia was a battlefield where you learned how to fight with everything on the line. Unlike normal battlefields, you didn't die here, but our academy was the place where you learned firsthand that sometimes, death was the much more preferable option. And to remove the hell that was the battlefield, for the sake of our peace, we must become victorious in the imperial festival that begins tomorrow. And because of that, we wanted to be able to clear the night study just this once. It's quite tiring. Even as I wiped the sweat off my brows, the person who was experienced enough to not leave a single opening for us to exploit was our teacher, a professor of this school and the strongest elementalist of the gnomes, Professor Mwam. After the contractor of the Spirit King of Water, Professor Mwam was beat, healed by the Silver Devil, he began to directly summon the Spirit King, and that was the same for today as well. It's even more tiring for us, Professor. Ho ho ho, since you've felt it as well you should know, Student Council President, that there is a reason why we cannot fall. We know that as well, but today is the day where we cannot give up. I understand. Although our relationship was that of student and teacher, we had in common the knowledge of the pain of the Silver Devil. Both of us knew far too well of the circumstances of the other. There couldn't possibly such a bizarre student-teacher relationship anywhere else, but unfortunately we had no choice but to fight each other with our lives at stake due to the apostle of the evil god that was Professor Nicerwin. Children, defend if you can. The words of the blue giant, the Spirit King of Water, began to twist the nearby space. The power of the Spirit King of Water, Lord of all water. The power to command space with the combination of magic power and the water vapor in the air. All summons in this space were weakened, and people who used water elementals in particular couldn't bring them out altogether. No one could move freely. Roar, thunder. And there was only one person who could run in like that in this state, and that was one of the god-class summoners of the first years, Herto, the contractor of Thor, the god of thunder. After the fear of the Silver Devil spurred on his development, he became able to use the god Thor's strongest weapon as he wished. He became able to use Mjolnir, the weapon that commanded lightning, and thanks to that he became a key player in fighting against Professor Mwam. I'll lead the way. Swinging the lightning-coated hammer, he was slowly but surely driving back the Spirit King's area of control. Lightning really is annoying. As Mjolnir's lightning began to encroach into Professor Mwam's water barrier, he skillfully cut off the electrocuted areas and sent it elsewhere. Even if Herto's power was superior in rank and elemental compatibility to Professor Mwam, Herto was the eldest son of a swordsmanship family. The only reason why a Herto, someone who hadn't even studied summoning for a year, could use an unfamiliar weapon, a hammer, to fight as he was now was purely because he was a god-class summoner. Damn it, if I'd known this would happen I would have asked for a lightning elemental. I was outright unable to summon any water elementals, and other elementals were greatly weakened. It was the worst possible situation for me, where I couldn't even summon any elementals unless they were at least a high rank. If I'd made a contract with a lightning elemental, the effective matchup against water elementals, I would have been more useful here. Mwam. Switch. I heard Professor Harian shout from further away. Right now, the strategy to deal with the two teachers was to fight against Professor Harian with Lady Eris as the core fighter, and Herto and I were the key figures in fighting against Professor Mwam. Is it the god's shield already? The reason was Lady Eris's shield, Aegis. Unlike Professor Mwam, Professor Harian's attack specialized in defeating many foes at once, and so using that shield made it easier to defend against her attacks. Yep. So hurry up and switch. Professor Harian's voice was hurried. The shield's powers were that great, but Professor Mwam had many ways to nullify the shield. Whether it was by redirecting Aegis's strongest attack, the petrifying curse by bending the light rays away with water, or the free manipulation of water whose attacks even Lady Eris, who could consistently defend against Professor Harian's near-invisible wind attacks, had a hard time against, making it Lady Eris's natural enemy. We had already failed to defeat them numerous times when they joined together. As such, the rest of us tensed up and held our positions. Karen, block that with a few other summons nearby. Got it, Prez. Karen and a number of other people contracted to larger summons, created a living wall. They didn't suit the current situation where multiple people were attacking one in a limited space like this, but they could at least block the path. It's not easy over here either. Even as Professor Mom yelled, he was still looking for gaps in our defense. I know that. There's no easy student in our academy. How should I put it? Although we were acknowledged by the strongest gnome and one of the most powerful elven summoners, but we weren't happy about that. Because if we thought about how we went about to become acknowledged by the teachers, then our tears would blur up my vision. Mr. Student Council President. Making a lady wait is not befitting of a gentleman. Could you help me to become a gentleman? Who would doubt that Professor Mom is a gentleman? But bad boys are popular nowadays. What about following the trends? I'm a bit old-fashioned, after all. I don't particularly suit the bad boy archetype. Really now? Extracting himself under the watch of countless students was a difficult thing to do. Even for someone of Professor Mom's caliber. But as always, exceptions existed. I cannot Lucy. With a piercing scream, a giant shockwave struck our backs. What? Kaya! Get down! The shockwave was strong enough that some of the students were knocked down. Hang on! Our summons are falling. Desummon! Hurry and desummon them! I felt the impact even from where I was, far away from the epicenter. In that case, the giant summons that took the brunt of the blast fell over due to the sudden shockwave, and to reduce the casualties from that, Karen and a number of others were forced to desummon them. Mwaamam. And Professor Mom didn't lose that opportunity. Don't desummon them. Just have the people move around them. Even if Press says that. Or, hurry up and stop him. Even as we shouted, we attacked with wind and earth elementals, but Professor Mom easily deflected them and marched onwards. Seriously, it's hard for me as well. When the power of the god of the wind and the spirit king of water come together, we are invincible. Thanks to the quick actions of the other students, we could stop him from getting to Professor Harrien's side, but we couldn't stop him from summoning the mass of water beside her. Attack him so he can't focus. Oh ho ho, how rude. Professor Mom laughed bitterly at the countless summons and spells being thrown at him from all directions, but none of them did any real damage. As I thought, nothing was effective unless you were at least a god-class summoner, as the only attacks that had any effect were Hurto's. But as Hurto was outright being prevented from approaching Professor Mom, there was no one that could help Hurto close the distance. Arius. It was then. With a large explosion, a thick smoke filled the corridor. Everyone focus, we don't know what's going on there. Especially. This was one of 100 situations that Professor Nicerwin, who was always accurate in his predictions of misery, had taught us about. The nonsensical logic that if an enemy that fell off a cliff with wounds that should be lethal, they would eventually come back but even stronger, or in a situation where a kill was unconfirmed, if you said is it dead, or is it over, then the enemy would revive. If anyone dares to say, is she dead, or is it over? Is it over? Who said that? But it seemed like there were still people who were not very learned. There's no way that it's over. Damn it. As the smoke cleared, Professor Harrian appeared with a yell. Although it looked like she had a lot of wounds, the way her blue hair still whipped around relentlessly indicated that her incarnation still hadn't worn off yet. In contrast, although she had no injuries to speak of, but looking at Lady Eris's crimson hair, already soaked through with sweat, and her bitter expression, it didn't seem like that she'd be any good as fighting potential for a while. Now, it's my turn, is it, Eris? No, it would be our turn. What? And moreover, beside the evil-faced Professor Harrian, Professor Mom had joined her. When our strongest forces had to rest for a while, our enemy had all gathered together. Now, Lil Mom. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Ha ha ha. Now I can attack as much as I want. As her hair's blue aura began to surround Professor Harrian, the temperature of the room began to drop. The cold and powerful god of the north wind. The god in charge of the most powerful wind out of the brothers that were in charge of the winds. Now, die. Was it because she was drunk on power, or was it because the stresses she'd accumulated in many different ways finally exploded? As she yelled something that should never come out of a teacher's mouth, Professor Harrian waved her hand and the blue wind started to sweep over us. Use the larger summons as a wall, and bring Lady Eris back to the rear. The best option we had right now was to let Lady Eris rest up as much as possible and let her back onto the battlefield later. Where do you think you're taking my pretty Eris? If she comes back, then that's hard for me later. But Professor Harrian knew that as well, and she began to focus her attacks in the directions of Lady Eris. Risen. I know. Risen was on standby for this very situation, and with his nimble movements he just managed to spirit away Lady Eris back to the rear lines. TCH, no wonder I couldn't see the vice president, so this was why you were hiding him? Indeed. I answered Professor Harrion as she grumbled at me, but we were in a bad situation. In the presence of a spirit king, other elementals and spirits couldn't use their full power. And defending against Professor Harrion's attacks in this situation was borderline impossible for other elementalists. And if Herto, the only person capable of effective attacks against Professor Muam ISS, also shut down by Professor Harrion, then that's it. The Imperial Festival is tomorrow, we can't give up today as well. Oh come on, just give up. Today's the last day, so please just give in. You kids can already win the Imperial Festival. No, we can't give in precisely because it's the last day. If we were going to give up, we would not have gathered here in this place. We would be quietly studying in our classrooms right now. But we did not give up, and that was why we stood in this place today. Prezi. Do you think you can beat us right now? I imagine there's a big difference between losing in combat and simply forfeiting. Herto alone can't break through Professor Muam's defense. But as Lady Eris wasn't here, there was no one who had the firepower to back Herto up. And just when I was thinking that our only way was to protect Herto until Lady Eris recovered. Forced on the defense with that kind of resolve, how pathetic. What manner of being would you be? An insanely powerful presence talked to me, a being on a different dimension to what I'd experienced so far. This would be the best way to explain it. I am a being capable of making you victorious in this fight. I'll make the contract. A familiar yet powerful presence. If I could make a contract with this elemental that was a high rank at the very least, I could find a way to overcome this situation. I know it's weird considering I'm the one that suggested the contract, but there are many other beings that create scam contracts like this. To overcome this situation, I could even contract a devil. I don't see that as a good attitude to have. No, according to our Academy's teachings, if a devil tries to make a scam contract, it is a good opportunity to scam the devil instead. What kind of academy is this? I wanted to say it was an academy that trained summoners, but since that was an iffy answer I stayed silent. Something feels weird, but very well. Since it's the first time in a while since I've met someone who I liked. And I can play with Elle over there too. Will you make the contract? I will make the contract. Hang on, that looks like something dangerous to us over there? That's... I heard Professor Harrion's startled voice as well as seeing Professor Muam's scowl. I don't know what it is, but protect the Prez. At the same time, Risen was the quickest to catch on as he moved beside me and commanded the students that were as equally stunned as the teachers. We have to stop it, Professor Harrion. NN? Yes? But isn't he contracting with something, Muam? A student's improving, shouldn't we leave him alone? The moment he makes a contract with that, we're definitely going to lose. Really? As even Professor Muam, who was on the defense, began to attack, but thanks to the other students who literally put their bodies on the line for me, I succeeded in contracting that being. Kahahaha, Ellie, I'm here. Damn it, why are you? There were a lot of kings that wanted to contract with this kiddo here. But thanks to you, I became the one he wanted to contract the most. A being that could appear even when he wasn't asked to. A giant body that didn't lose to the Spirit King of Water. And the powerful lightning that ran down along his body. It's my first time out in 1,000 years, Elle. You're going to make it fun for me, right? Damn it, the one with few contractors, the Spirit King of Lightning, Lionel. This will be a completely different fight up to now. Kahaha. Contractor. What is your first request? My first request? That was already a given. O Lord of Lightning, defeat our enemies, and grant us victory. It was the moment that an event sparse even throughout the history of the continent, a battle between spirit kings unfolded in Eugrasia. A certain student's final battle this year. Thank you very much. As a student bowed his head towards her, Professor Harrion smiled. Fine, we lost. You really were strong, professors. Foo-foo. I don't think I should be hearing that from the students who beat the daylights out of said professor. Thanks for everything up till now. Yes, I feel like I have done a lot up till now. So go on and win so we can end all this. I understand. As she smirked and turned her head, beside her was Mom floating like a corpse in water that he'd summoned himself, and beside him was the metal bat yelling revive, revive, as she beat him up. I didn't think you would contract a spirit king right at the death. If I couldn't contract him, we probably would have lost. Well, it's fine since you made the contract, no? As we listened to the kawik, noises coming from the normally taciturn Professor Mom's mouth, Professor Harrion raised her hand and waved at Nurkia. Congratulations on your first escape. And this should be your last as well, right? Yes, we will do everything to ensure that this is the last time we ever have to escape. Yes, yes. Well then, move along now. Even if it's me, I don't want to show people what's going to happen to me quite soon. As Professor Harrion glanced at the Silver Devil muttering he had gone her, she turned back and smiled gently to the students. I understand. As she looked at the backs of the students that had bowed their heads again, she thought. This really is the end, right? Neither her body nor her mind could take it any longer. And besides, she could feel the fear creeping up on her from what the small life form warming up her hands in front of her would do to her. All the students are going already, wouldn't it be alright to just end it here? Hee, Uni, owner said giving up, should only be used to count cabbages. Not all the students VE left the academy yet, right? Crack. Crack. As if the small sounds from those knuckles signaled the end of the world, Professor Harrion's face blanched as she yelled. I'm really at my limits? Look at Mwami over there. Where Professor Harrion's fingers were pointing to was Professor Mwam, sprawled out with both eyes and his mouth wide open droning Hia continually. The blank page state where the body couldn't take in any more of all the blessings embedded in Arcadia. And if someone that knew Professor Mwam were to see him in that state, no one would think that he was the same person. Nup. Uni can do it. I can't do it, I can't. Kaawawa. As we listened to the desperate screams echoing throughout the first floor of Eugrasia, the students moved onwards wiping something flowing from their eyes. No, don't look back. Don't let the teacher's sacrifices have been in vain. But, it's too cruel. At one female student's tears, the others fell silent. A moment of silence. And the tushi-tushi noises that could be clearly heard through that silence. As the fear that was ingrained into everyone's bodies began to make them shiver, the student council president Nurkia shouted. We have trodden over many corpses to reach where we are. And without a single man left behind, we have managed to reach our Avalon with our own hands. As Nurkia shouted, pointing to Avalon, the school's main gates, everyone's gazes turned to Avalon. How much have we worked to get to that place? How much have we suffered? With the reward in front of our eyes, what must we do? All of the other students closed their mouths. That is, to move forward. The person that broke the long string of tushi-tushis and screams was none other than Eris. Even as Eris bit her lip, she said to Nurkia with a clear, ringing voice. No matter how pitiful they are, no matter how much we know their pain, they were our teachers, and our enemies. Yes, if they are our enemies, then there is no need for us to show mercy. Even more so if they are our teachers. Because what we need to do is improve even more upon their sacrifices. The majority of people nodded their heads at Nurkia and Eris's resolute faces, but there were also people that didn't agree. But still, even still. In that case, do you want to fight that devil? Let's go, to our Avalon. But at the student council president's follow-up words, the female student shook her head, made a bright expression and began walking towards the main gates. Now, see for yourself. Feel for yourself. And walk down the path to victory. This is the results of what we have worked for, a road we have paved with our own efforts. Through this, starting tomorrow, we will claim victory at the Imperial Festival. Yuuu. As the students marched towards the front gates like a well-trained elite force, they shouted as one. We are victorious. Yuuu. Number 2 Their story, Ria El Nurmia's story. The holidays began. Although there were countless temptations, the unease I felt for Eugrasia made me continue to train even in our family home, and I became as strong as I trained. Of course I didn't grow as much as I did in the evil organization, but if you went by normal standards and not the organization's, the speed of my growth would definitely not be that of a girl my age. And every time I went out to the academy as a member of the student council, in order to make preparations for the Imperial Festival, that belief only solidified further. Nothing's changed. As I looked at the student council that were supposedly the elites of this academy, I sighed to myself. The holidays ran for approximately 3 months in the majority of the academies in the empire. That's 3 months on paper. When you included the summer and winter holidays, that was 6 months in total. When you considered that a year was 12 months, that meant that nearly half of the year was spent on vacation. Meaning that out of the 4 years a student would study here, realistically they would only study for 2 years in total. And even out of those 2 years, if you took out the other miscellaneous time not spent on studying, just how much time was actually spent learning anything? Was there any meaning to this kind of academy lifestyle? Could I learn even half of what I learned in my 4 years at the evil organization, including my 3 years in the low-class barracks? No, the 1 year I spent with the instructor probably taught me more than 4 years worth of learning in this academy. Although of course if you asked me if I wanted to go back to those times, I'd refuse. Anyways, after a whopping 3 months that were the summer holidays, there was absolutely no change in the supposed greatest talents of the school that were the student council. Perhaps if any of them had an even greater potential than I did, but they were all far below me. No, if the instructor saw them, he'd treat them as trash and actually dispose of them into the burnable trash, and despite them being at that measly level, nothing's changed in 3 months. Are they truly the future of the empire? I thought this of the organization as well, but is the empire truly all right? It's not like I was overflowing with patriotism or anything, but as a citizen of the empire I was actually worried because of this. Is there a problem, Lady Nurmia? Why no. For a second I was about to yell, your abilities are the problem, you dipshits. But thankfully I was able to control myself. Damn it, how does this kid who feels like he's barely survived in the low-rank barracks the student council president in the greatest magic academy of the empire? Was it just that the organization, which I sincerely wondered why it didn't just fall to ruin, and as if to answer my curiosities actually did fall to ruin for an incredibly ridiculous reason, have standards that were a lot higher than I'd anticipated? Wasn't it just because that human was living at that organization, owner? True, this place would be different as well if the instructor was here, wouldn't it? Just what would happen if the instructor had come to this place? Would he have led the school to glory by giving us access to unprecedented theories? Or, would he continue the training from hell and made even these people into usable talents? What was certain that if the instructor was here, Marcy's would never be considered a rival to Erusus. It would rule over all 4 academies as the greatest among the 4, no, the greatest in the entire continent. And if he was. And because of this year is the year that we will crush Erusus and prove Marcy's as the greatest academy. He wouldn't be spouting bullshit about how Marcy's could be the greatest just because I was here. What kind of meeting would just revolve around the lines of me going out and stomping everyone else? Considering this academy has great interest in the politics between the Empire and the Magic Towers, do they have no interest in actually improving their skills? They should be saying how they would improve even the slightest bit to make Marcy's the greatest. Now, since tomorrow's the Imperial Festival, we'll finish it here. Good work, everyone. Good work, Prez. Just what the hell did they actually do to end things here? And what the hell did the others actually do to say good work to the president? And moreover, the Magic Tower faction all gravitated to the president, a fellow Magic Tower faction member. Whereas the Empire faction all gathered around the fellow Empire faction member, the vice president, and that was all just pathetic. Because, Lady Nurmia, if it's alright, then would you be free to consult with me about tomorrow's Imperial Festival? No, I will be the one to escort Miss Rhea Farrell. Kiriel. This is bloody annoying. These goddamn small fry, instead of improving themselves, they're playing politics. Just as the student council president was farewelling the other Magic Tower faction students with an obviously fake smile, he came to me to annoy me, and the vice president quickly takes up a position on my other side. I still have training left to do today. But both of them are sons of high-ranking marquis families. I wanted nothing more to just blow them all away and yell at them to piss off and don't bother me, but unfortunately this was not the evil organization howling. It was heaven compared to when I had to fight tooth and nail with my fellows over a single meal, but it was incredibly annoying that I couldn't just send them flying as I wanted to. Because of that I was just glossing over them with noble-like smiles and laughs, but it seemed like these annoying things just weren't going to drop off me today. Tomorrow is the Imperial Festival. I am very aware that Milady is making endless efforts towards the study of magic, but what about resting just for today? While I dislike the idea of making the same opinion as him, for once I agree. Miss Ria is our Marcy's hidden card and our strongest one. Thank you for evaluating me so highly, even when our seniors are here. As I expressed etiquette by lifting the hems of my skirt ever so slightly, everyone else wasted no time shaking their heads and fawning over me. Damn it, I want to wear pants. Men just need to nod their heads a bit. No, that is an undeniable truth, after all. To ceaselessly pursue academia even during the holidays, you are an exemplary student of Marcy's. That's not an exemplar but obvious fact. Just why are they so confident in their abilities? Can they even sleep soundly with that level of skill? When I thought of the Eugrasia that I saw, there'd be no way they could ever hope to beat them. Aren't they just believing in honor? Then they're insane. Our instructor told us. No matter what strategy or stratagem you employed, there was nothing better than force of numbers. In a battle between groups, there was a limit to what a single individual could do. No matter how powerful I was, if I ran out of stamina, if I ran out of mana, then I would lose. Even if I was healed up at the end of a match, my mental state was hard to recover. But since there isn't even a decent support among the student council. And so as I held my false smile while wondering if they seriously couldn't hear me internally yelling at them to piss off before I killed them, I barely managed to shake off those two leeches, and by the time I finished warming up in the academy's training grounds, the sky had already begun to darken. I should head back. As I wandered home wondering whether I should shower off the sweat running down my back, or take a long relaxing bath for the first time in a while. We are victorious. What? I heard shouts filled with madness. I realized instantly that something had happened, and also realized where that something was. Eugrasia, again? The four great academies were always geographically close to each other, and Marcy's and Eugrasia in particular was close enough that only a single wall separated the two schools, and Eugrasia was closer to the city center than all the other academies as well. Meaning, if I went home, then naturally I would pass by Eugrasia. Because of that, the moment I realized that the source of the sound was Eugrasia, I immediately used magic to run as fast as I could to the source of the sound, and what I saw there were countless warriors. The complete opposite of the people who used their titles as students as an entitlement for sloth I'd been with not long ago. Just what had they done so that their uniforms that were enchanted with defense magic and cleaning spells were in tatters like that? No, even before that, just what would make all those students voluntarily stay at the academy for so long? Could I fight all of them? I didn't know why, but as I saw the students crying as they left through the gates of their academy, I couldn't help but stare at them, unaware of my own gulps of nervousness. A certain other's reminiscence. I'm sorry. In the middle of a dark alleyway, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man was being shaken down by a bunch of men in black clothes. Shit, that's another fail. Ah, damn it, piss off. Why, yes sir. As one of the black-robed men roughly let go of the man's lapels, the captured middle-aged man began to flee from the scene. Damn it, Captain. Did he really run to a village at the ends of the world? Who knows? For all we know, he could be living fine in the middle of the imperial capital. But still, that imperial princess is looking for him. Could he really be in the imperial capital? No matter how big his balls are, that's probably impossible. As his squad joked as they each lit a cigarette, the captain sighed. Anyways, if we don't find him soon, then our lord really could die on us, so we need to hurry. Boss. To be honest, I don't really get it. Their youngest and newest voiced his doubts as the captain just lit up his own cigarette. Our master is the Empire's sole crown prince. Even if it is Her Highness, isn't it over the top to say that she could just kill or spare our lord? And looking at the newbie, the captain's eyes narrowed as he thought. What the hell is this crazy idiot? Even if you are the newbie, haven't you been here for 2 years now? Who the hell was your instructor? I'm sorry. Looking at the subordinate who hurriedly dropped his cigarette to the ground and bowed his head, the man they called the captain stroked his head. Look after our newbie. We're overlooking this because this is a small kingdom a long way away from the Empire, but if you say that like an idiot in the middle of the Imperial centers, then I'll kill you on the spot. I'm sorry, Captain. Aside from the newbie who couldn't adjust to the abrupt change in mood, everyone else bowed their heads. Fucking newbie, listen up. And seeing that, the captain threw away his cigarette butt and continued with a fresh one in his mouth. Listen very well how the hierarchy in the imperial court works. Number 1 in the imperial court is Her Highness the Imperial Princess, number 2 is Marquis Arton, and His Imperial Majesty is only at a paltry number 3. Captain. Your statement just now is lèse majesté. And that's why you're still the newbie, moron. Because what I just said was from none other than His Imperial Majesty himself, so therefore it is not lèse majesté. Huh? To think that the Emperor himself would say that there were other people above him in the pecking order. The man they called the newbie simply couldn't keep up with the conversation. Well, officially it's true that His Imperial Majesty is at the top. But our Emperor does not like working. That's how it is, newbie. And so the majority of the work in the Imperial Court is done by Marquis Arton, who's in charge of security of the Imperial Court. I understand Marquis Arton, but why is Her Highness number 1? We don't know why either. But it's something even our Lord the Crown Prince understands. No, on the contrary, he's become even more scared of Her Highness after he became the heir to the throne. Looking at his seniors shake his head, the newbie couldn't get his head around it. We simply need to obey the orders of our Lord. So don't think of unnecessary things, and find the person named AST. That's our orders. Looking at the newbie nod his head, the captain sighed. Judging by his expression, he still didn't get it. But having worked with the Crown Prince for a long time, the captain still remembered that day. As the scales of victory were tipping ever towards the Empire during the Great War. In the middle of the fight for succession that was of course running even in the middle of the war, a spy handed in a report to the Crown Prince. A report that apparently that a man named AST, a key member of the Imperial Princess's faction, vanished overnight. The man named AST was one of the greatest figures in the princess's faction. Although he began as an ordinary servant, the princess saw his potential and made full use of him. The honor of being the fastest to be promoted to a high-ranking noble in imperial history. The most trustworthy general to his allies, but the greatest nightmare to his foes. That type of person vanished overnight? The only person that could make that possible was the princess that was leading the troops. That meant that for one reason or another, she had disposed of the person named AST. The reason was probably a power struggle. There was probably an incident between AST, who was trusted by the troops, and the princess, over authority over the troops. And 3 days later, this conclusion was shattered to smithereens. Dear little brother, do you want to be emperor? From the eerily silent princess faction, the princess herself came to see him. Even if she had Sir Rhea, who was called the Sword Princess, by her side, it was far too weak of a guard detail for someone coming to the heart of the enemy faction of a succession war. Are you surrendering, big sister? Because of that, let alone his lord, everyone else was thinking the exact same thing. After the core of the army, AST was taken out, her army became dysfunctional. She could correct the situation if she had time, but the majority of the continent was swept up in the Great War. There was no way that other people would lose the opportunity of a weakening in military might, and the princess called the greatest genius of the imperial court realized that and came to surrender. That's what everyone thought, but the person herself gave a completely different answer. Surrender? Who? The appearance of the princess tilting her head was cute as you'd expect from a girl her age, but one shouldn't be fooled by appearances. Even his lord, a genius that was leading an army at the tender age of 13, said this about this sister. Compared to elder sister, I'm still an idiot. The person that his monster of a master called a monster was the imperial princess right in front of him. And because of that, he didn't let his guard down. Indeed. He didn't let his guard down. But. Was that it? Was that the misunderstanding you were under? When her guard, Sir Rhea, conveyed her correct predictions of our thoughts to the princess, she blinked and made a surprised face. That's true. You could think like that. That's ridiculous from my point of view, but other people could see it like that. Alright, in that case. I should let you understand what you're dealing with. And the moment the imperial princess smiled brightly. Cuff. KHHHGH? What are you doing, elder sister? Along with the feeling of something crushing my heart, I couldn't breathe. And that wasn't just me, but everyone except for the princess and Sir Rhea. Little brother, little brother. Did you really think I was fighting for the throne all for big brother, or my cute little brother? As the princess made her way to our lord with elegant steps, we could only watch her go. No matter how much we struggled to move our bodies, none of us could move a finger. The only reason why I fought in the succession war was simply because I needed a reason to play with AST, my little brother. Even when the princess's fingers were close enough to touch our lord's cheeks, none of us could move at all. Then, what is it that you want, elder sister? At my lord's words, the princess smiled so brightly that one could not see her gleaming red eyes. AST. That's all I need. With that one sentence, everyone in the room immediately realized that something was wrong. If the princess's words were true, then AST was not disposed of by the princess's hands, but he had vanished overnight for a different reason. The man named AST, is he not Erg, is he not the man that disappeared 3 days ago? Although to be accurate, he ran away. Ran away? Ran away? The man who created achievements that were near unprecedented in Imperial history? Lately, whenever I saw AST, I felt strange. Something felt ticklish inside me. Huh? Our lord was surprised at the sudden sigh and complaint, but the princess didn't care. And so from a long time ago, whenever he did something bad, I said that if he kept doing that I'd marry him, you know. I'm sorry, what was that? There was a lot of things that our lord wanted to take the princess to task for, but like us, our lord couldn't move a finger either. Oh, that was just because whenever I said that AST was horrified and ran away. I found that amusing. Well, either way, around a week ago I actually did it for real. But he ran away. Now what manner of bullshit was this? Actually did it for real? Did what for real? I told you, little brother. Marriage, of course. Marriage of a member of the imperial family involves all sorts of political maneuvering. Especially of those that were very close in line to the throne, and among them the 3 people closest to it, their marriage was a national-level problem. Even if AST was one of the great heroes of this war, there would be an outcry of opposition from other nobles. No, even before that. And so he ran away? That AST did? Running away during war was a very, very serious crime where no one would say anything if you were cut down on the spot for it. And a general that led over an entire army ran away, and what was more, over pressure of marriage from his superior. The war wasn't even over yet. Seriously, a beauty like myself is offering to marry him. AST really is a strange man. As we looked at Her Highness make a face as if she couldn't understand, we all had faces that said we understood even less than that. Right now, all we could do was barely nod our heads a bit. Our lord was the only one who could speak at all. Right now, the imperial princess could take all our lives on a whim, but having created that serious situation, the princess was saying all sorts of ridiculous things. So the only thing elder sister wants is AST, just him? Do you not even need the throne? That's what I'm saying, little brother? As the princess said so with a pure face, our lord shut his mouth. And seemingly after thinking for a bit, he said with a serious expression. And why do you want this man so much that you'd go to such lengths? Because I like him. What? Although that serious expression was broken in just over 5 seconds. It was just a joke at first. To be honest, I had no thoughts of really marrying him at all. But when he actually ran away, my head just blanked out. And after I thought on it for 3 days, I realized that I actually liked him. For a teenage girl talking about her love life, the imperial princess recounted it all too bluntly. But at those words, our lord didn't say anything at all, but started whimpering to himself. Yes, sister. So I understand that what elder sister wants is just that one man named AST. After whimpering for about 2 minutes, our lord sighed and began talking. But even if I do understand, my followers won't. So if you really don't have any designs for the THR. Here. I was trying to put on some airs. Although he started talking with a majestic face, he was cut off in the middle, but even as he grumbled, our lord took the document the princess handed over. Aegeus role and the price is military assistance. Just what are you planning to do, sister? I need to capture AST that's run away, but this war is too annoying. I just want to get it over with. Is that so? She was called a genius among geniuses in the Empire, and I never doubted that. But right now, I started to doubt my own brain. What the hell did she just say? The princess that said she would end the war, and our lord who didn't deny it? Even if their genius is blessed by the heavens, an adult like myself couldn't follow the conversations of those who had barely lived more than 10 years. I will think about it. I'll give you till tomorrow. If you don't want it, I can always go to Big Brother Ignal. As the princess got up from her seat, the rest of us could finally move our bodies a bit. Then see you tomorrow, little brother. As the princess and Sir Rhea left without a single look back, none of us could move for a long time even after they left. What are you going to do, my lord? When I asked to see if he really was going to take up the imperial princess's offer, our lord smiled bitterly. If I refuse, it's over? With that one sentence as his answer, our lord went to see the imperial princess the next morning with the geas roll in hand. Very good, little brother. Now should we end this war in about 3 years? And after she made that outlandish declaration, the war ended in just 3 short months. A certain crown prince's story. Your Highness, the people you sent to the north have returned. Really? I threw away the documents that my father the emperor tossed over to me saying if you're going to be crown prince then you should be able to handle this much and hurried over to the room where my subordinates were waiting. Did you find him? You found him right? Or else I'm gonna die? Really? My lord. I pulled up the captain that was trying to kneel back to his feet and hurriedly asked him. I seriously have no time left now. Because what's for certain is that the moment elder sister comes back, I won't belong to this world anymore. I'm sorry, my lord. We couldn't find any traces of the man named AST in the north. I see. As I looked at my subordinates that were nodding with truly apologetic expressions, I pulled out a letter I had been busy writing since last week. What's that, my lord? This? A will. My lord? Since I have no chance of living anymore, I should complete my will. Damn it, if I knew it was going to be like this I would have married early, and tried this and that. My lord? What's with that vulgar language all of a sudden? What do you mean, vulgar? Censored is a sacred act that begets new life. When a person is born, creating descendants is a natural thing, and it is a duty for me as a member of the imperial family. Well, although that has nothing to do with me. If I think of it positively, then when I die the succession war would begin again, and participating in that the moment you're born is a sure way to die. I suppose I should be glad that I didn't create a poor child that was destined to be killed the moment it was born. I'm the only one that needs to die, after all. My lord, could you please listen to us? Do I have any need to listen? You said you couldn't find him. Why, yes. But my lord is the crown prince that will succeed the throne. Even if it is Her Highness, she can't just do as she likes with my lord. I understand what you're saying. That's what it would be like, normally. Normally, that is. I'm like this because she can. Elder sister is a monster. She's not human. Even when I was young I thought elder sister was a monster to the point I believed she wouldn't bleed even if I stabbed her. There was nothing she couldn't do, and nothing I could beat her in. Perhaps if I had been an ordinary person, but I was an overwhelming genius compared to my surrounding peers, but I couldn't hold a candle to elder sister. But the moment I became crown prince, I thought that I might finally be able to beat elder sister. Of course, it didn't mean that I would try to harm my sister who was the greatest factor in my becoming crown prince. I just didn't want to be pushed around by her any longer. And that is the history of the empire. After I became crown prince, my father the emperor took me to a secret room in the imperial chambers. What father told me, after telling me that the entirety of the history of the empire was inside this room, was nothing short of terrifying. Is this true? Yep, so don't piss off Aisha. You'll ruin the empire. When I heard elder sister's secret, I understood instantly why even my father, one of the most chaotic personalities in the history of the empire, quietly kept his mouth shut whenever elder sister said something. And since that day, I never ever pissed off elder sister and lived quietly. To be honest, it was actually quite convenient for me that the only thing elder sister wanted was the man named AST. But then I found out that man was actually part of the organization named Howling, whose history shared the empire's own. Well, that was alright. I planted my spies, and also got in touch with families that had their own spies in the organization. And at elder sister's pressure to get rid of Howling as fast as possible, I created a situation that even a mouse couldn't escape from, and even made the grand achievement of exterminating Howling. Thanks to that my standing at court rose, and the entire empire is praising my name. Except just one. The single critical mistake of letting AST escape would cost me my life. There's nothing to say to father. Mother was happy that I'd become crown prince. I suppose I should apologize to her. My lord, we'll hurry and find AST for you. So please. The imperial festival is about to begin soon. The crown prince cannot kill himself just before the anniversary of the empire's founding. That cannot happen. What do you mean, can't happen? Elder sister is strong. Her faction, personality, and background is all strong, but the woman herself is also powerful. Judging by what I heard from father, even the power that elder sister showed us when the man named AST first ran away was basically just a joke to her. Even father, who was once called the sword disaster, said that it was physically impossible to defeat elder sister in combat. There's no way that I, who just became a swordsmaster, could win. I have no confidence of being able to handle elder sister's anger. It'd be much easier to just kill myself before she arrives. Alright, let's die. Milord. You cannot. We will work harder. Ha ha ha. Even if you lads say you'll work harder, it still doesn't seem like you'll be able to find the man named AST. You'd have found him already if you could, right? No, even before that, I wouldn't have lost him in that perfect scenario, right? So, let's just die. Milord. You can't do this, milord. Let me go, damn you all. I need to die now if I want to die cleanly. The moment elder sister returns is the moment I understand that death is happiness. At the actions of the fellows who stole away my will while grabbing onto my trousers, today as well I failed to write up my will. Alright, let's believe in my trusty subordinates a little more. Because if I can just give elder sister the human named AST as a present, I can become the emperor without any problems. Then I'm happy, sis is happy, and peace arrives to the imperial court as well, so it's a happy ending for everyone. So please, Sir AST. Before elder sister returns, please get caught. I'll be really good to you once I become emperor, so save me. Please. Number 5. Their story, a certain pursuer story. It seems that he's not there either, Your Highness. I thought that the southern plains would be the best region to start a farm in. All Her Highness did was droop her head a bit with a slightly regretful expression. But as one who has served Her Highness for a long time, I know. Her gnawing her lip like that while her face is saying nothing is wrong is a sign that she is extremely angry right now. If I rubbed Her Highness the wrong way right now, then I would have to put up with a very hard life for the foreseeable future, so at times like this I need to stay still and not annoy her. Didn't Sir AST say it as well? Even if you just sit still you'll make it halfway already. Very well, it's already been over a year, yet we cannot even find any traces. The Empire is truly incompetent. If I back her up here, then Her Highness will torment her subordinates, and that resentment will come back to me. And if I defend the Empire right now, then she'll say, why couldn't we find Sir AST yet? That's right. This is all Sir AST's fault. Her Highness wants him bad enough that she'd even destroy an evil organization that boasted a 1,000-year history. Why can't he just surrender quietly and come over? Of course, even I would be scared enough to run away. But if people are suffering this much, then isn't it a matter of courtesy to just let yourself get caught? Especially since His Highness the Crown Prince's head is on the line. Should I kill my sweet little brother first before I keep looking? Behold. Even today our Crown Prince's life is under threat. Your Highness. The Imperial Festival is going to begin soon. It's still the anniversary of the founding of the Empire, shouldn't His Highness still be present? And today as well, I worked hard to prevent the Empire falling into chaos. This is the very definition of what a knight should be, in service to her country. As if she understood my feelings, Her Highness smiled brightly at me. Yep. Brightly. Is that my problem, Rhea? It is. I'm sorry, Milord Crown Prince. I don't think I can protect you any longer. To me, who was just shivering, head bowed low to the ground, I don't think I have the power to protect you anymore. Unless a miracle happens, His Highness is as good as dead. And miracles are miracles, because they don't happen. We found Sir AST. It's here, Amira Akli. Sir Rhea? Rhea does that every now and then, ignore her and tell me. My shout startled the information officer, who made a shocked expression, but at Her Highness's words he began to calmly speak. Anyway, they said that the Emperor was chosen by the heavens, His Highness was a truly blessed by the heavens. To think we'd find Sir AST at this timing, he was seriously about to die. MPH, ahahaha. Why, Your Highness? I was thinking to myself, when all of a sudden Her Highness started laughing in tears. Emergency, it's an emergency. What happened? Her Highness is laughing so hard she's crying. Damn it, emergency alert. Because of that the room Her Highness was in was on red alert. Why, Your Highness? What's the matter? Are you going to kill the Crown Prince right away? Or are you going to begin a second world war when not even 10 years have passed since the last one? This is bad. Even I've only seen the princess laugh like this only 3 times in my entire life. For the record, the first time was when she and Sir Ast carried out a plan that decimated the neighboring country that was once considered a military superpower, and the other 2 times were when Sir Ast escaped from the imperial court and Howling respectively. Her Highness's laugh is that dangerous. If you only talked about the results, the first time was when the neighboring military superpower was pushed to the brink of ruin, the second marked the beginning of the end of the Great War, and the third the end of the 1,000-year history of the evil organization. Not even I could predict what Her Highness's fourth laughter might bring about. Rhea, you know Ast. There was a lot he knew how to do, but he always made other people do it instead. Not even caring about how my stomach was churning around, Her Highness was saying something completely unrelated. But who am I? A veteran who served Her Highness for almost 20 years. At times like this my job is to find the answer she wants me to say myself. Sir Ast extremely disliked working, after all. He was the man that said making other people do the work they could do instead of you was the best. And as if to prove his own words, Sir Ast would always push his duties onto me as if I was in charge of them. And I know this from what happened at Howling as well, but Ast has a habit of digging his escape routes in advance. Yes, and that's why we're suffering so much. Then Rhea. If you put these 2 facts together, there's something fun you can find. If you put these 2 together? If you put his leaving his work to other people, and a habit of digging out his escape routes in advance, then what would? Ah. You mean? Indeed, Rhea. It's simple. The man named Ast even gets other people to dig his escape routes for him. At Her Highness's satisfied smile I immediately offered a rebuttal. But Sir Ast always said that one was always liable to have their foot cut by their trusted axe. Would he really leave the building of his escape routes to other people? Sir Ast's distrust of people was extreme. Even during the Great War he was the first to discover the enemy traps and spies. Although he would say weird things like of course it would be this cliché here, or don't you even think about using the same old tropes, but he was still someone who enjoyed blindsiding his enemies with their own traps. And because of that, he was someone who always trusted that even his subordinates could betray him at any time, and so Ast was a somewhat untrustworthy superior to his subordinates. Yes, people, that is. But Ast is very well acquainted with a race that never betrays yet is the best at creating escape routes, is he not? Ah. That was it. Ast didn't trust people. But Ast had very close relations with other races that weren't people. Especially dwarves. Ast could just call over the dwarves that not even the Emperor could see easily whenever he wanted. If it was the dwarves that disliked meeting humans and yet hated breaking promises more than death, even Sir Ast could trust them. And so I set people on all the races that Ast had relations with. And so I find that there's a place where the Black Andal clan, elves, and even a gnome is all gathered in? Where is that? The Black Andal clan that were extremely closed off even by dwarven standards, and the elves whose beauty made them susceptible to the evils of humanity. And when you also had a gnome who rarely met up even among their own race, this was not normal by any stretch of the imagination. Ha ha ha, Ast really is an amusing man. I didn't even imagine it. At my question, Her Highness the Imperial Princess smiled widely and said, to think he would hide in Eugrasia, right in the heart of the Empire. Not even I could have imagined it, you know? It had been a year since we began roaming around the Empire in search for Sir Ast. We made our preparations to return back to the Imperial Court for the first time in a year. The Anti-Empire Forces Story. When a country is founded or ruined, it is a matter of truth that great bloodshed is had in the process. And even among those, the history of the Kharadron Empire is particularly harsh. A famine the likes of which were unheralded in history. Where even the weeds were stripped bare from the earth in search of food, the corruption of the nobles grew by the day. Normally, it would not have been unreasonable for a rebellion to have broken out. But the nightmare that was the famine that spread through the entire continent denied the peasants even the strength to try. It was then a hero appeared. A youth that described himself as the descendant of dragons. That youth took care of the commoners with a miraculous power, and miracles appeared wherever that youth walked. And so he took his followers and declared war on the kingdom. Up to here was a common story of how many kingdoms were founded. But the difference between the stories of other kingdoms and this one was that this story did not end once he prevailed and became king. When he took the throne, this was what he allegedly said in his first public speech. "Behold, there are still many people suffering in the continent. There are still many rotten countries that bleed their people dry." And so the moment he established his kingdom, he immediately declared war on his neighboring nations, and in just 3 years, he annexed another 6 countries and founded an empire. A result that could only have been said to be a miracle of the famine that reduced both populations and war capabilities. The end result was that the Karawan Empire began its first steps as an empire, and right now it has become the center of the continent as a superpower nation. But, because of that, the Karawan Empire had many enemies. If we wait any longer, then there will be no more opportunities. I agree. Right now, when we are the strongest is the greatest opportunity. We need to strike when they have let their guards down. Now is the chance. And among those many foes, the sole organization that acted within the empire. Once they used to cooperate with the evil organization Howling, but after it was destroyed at the hands of the current crown prince, it became the sole organization hidden in the empire. It was the secret hideout of the anti-empire forces, established by the descendants of the royal families that had fallen to the empire. In that secret hideout, scores of people were strongly pushing their opinions onto a single person. Howling has fallen. In an extremely short period of time. At most 3 days, no, in reality, it fell in just a couple of days. And in the Great War, the Imperial Army suffered very few losses as they ended the war. Yes, compared to the other victorious kingdoms that suffered significant setbacks to their military might despite their victory, the empire suffered almost no losses aside from losing their great general Urdia due to the ambush of the Murdia kingdom's army. Because of that, they could concentrate on destroying Howling, which was hiding inside their territory. And that is the same for us. Normally everyone here would be suggesting opposite opinions, but today, each and every one of them were offering the same conclusion. Indeed, I believe that it is harder for us to go on any further as well. At the mutterings of the old man who stood at the head of the table, everyone else looked at the old man with nervous faces. The empire is strong. Yes, even if it is strong, it is too strong. No one objected to the old man's words. Because like the old man said, the empire was the strongest nation that no one could touch. Because of that, this is our last chance. Indeed, it is a good chance. But there is something that you are all mistaken on. What is it? Looking at the follower that had been with him for a long time, he smiled sagaciously and said, "We are too old." What does that mean? It is exactly as I say. We are too old. 1,000 years. We existed for that long purely for the sake of revenge against the empire. Exactly, it's because of that. No, that's the weird thing. Out of the nations that fell when the empire was founded, the oldest of them had a history of 500 years. But it has been over 1,000 since that country fell. To think we would hone our blades of revenge for twice as long as our countries existed. With a bitter smile, the old man looked over his followers who were looking at him with stunned faces. Revenge for the fallen nations. Very good, it was a good ideal. Working to revive your fallen nation. That was also certainly a good ambition. But if that time had already passed over 1,000 years, then that was another story altogether. For the sake of 1,000 years of history, many descendants lost their lives for 1,000 years. Was this truly the right thing to do? And was it right to pass that burden on to our successors? We have honed our blades for too long. Our blades are sharp, but sharped so thinly we can no longer see our own blades. Then, does that mean we are giving up on this opportunity as well? An education that bordered on brainwashing. From the moment they were born, they were taught why to destroy the empire, and were taught how to fight against it. Howling's first beginnings was as an anti-imperial rebel army, but it became an evil organization and turned their hands to other work, but this organization did not, and remained purely as the enemy of the empire. Enemy of the empire, do not forget it was what our ancestors had in mind as they named our organization the Anti-Empire Army. The history that was succeeded from those ancestors, this old man was now trying to end it. I believe that all of you are mistaken. I am not suggesting to avoid fighting the empire. As he looked at the faces of his followers that were shocked once again, the old man, the head of the anti-imperial army, gave a powerful smile as he declared, "The reason why I say that you fellows are wrong is because you are leaving behind a path of retreat." Retreat? Contingency plans? We don't need those. Our only objective is to end this war. And for that, we will devote everything to this imperial festival. Everything? Yes, the empire is strong. And they will only get stronger. Because of that, we do not have much time. We need to put everything on this one chance and run with it. This long and boring fight that has stretched on for 1,000 years. Even if we burn everything to ashes, should we not finish it here? At the old man's maniacal grin, the others could not respond. But they all knew. At the end of this imperial festival, between them and the empire, one of them would disappear. And the probability that the ones disappearing would be them was extremely high. Yes, it has. It has been too long. 1,000 years, we're bored of it. It's time to end this. The empire of tomorrow was stronger than yesterday's. Any country would fall to ruin in time, but for the empire, that time was not now. No, that time would not come until much, much longer. The anti-empire army was much too exhausted to wait for that moment. So much that if a little bit more time passed, they would exhaust themselves and disappear on their own. Ha ha ha, it seems that my comrades have all understood me. In that case, before we go out with a whimper, let's go out within a blaze of glory. To the blasted Imperials who had forgotten their ancestors that they had driven to ruin, that we were still alive and kicking. That was what the old man said, and there was no one here who did not understand that. We will end the empire, on their imperial festival, which marks their beginnings. And so, the anti-empire army began the fight, where they put everything on the line. Number 7. Their story, a certain tavern story. What if? Could there be any words that were more fun than these? What if I was? What if A and B fought? Countless people thought of these what-ifs, and would fight to prove their own opinion. And there were those who bet money on those what-ifs. This time is Marcy's. They even have that daughter from the Nurmia family. That famous Nurmia. Yeah, and I heard that the lady of the Nurmia house this time is a summoner of an archdevil that not even anyone from the Summoners Academy has. If the archdevil leads the vanguard for the Nurmia specialty magic barrage, who could beat that? In a large tavern that was somewhat rickety for its large size, everyone that was drinking here were all gamblers. For these gamblers, the events before the Imperial Festival were the main event to the Imperial Festival itself. Because that was where they would begin their gambles for their luck and security. Huh? Arusha has the Empire's strongest prospective swordsman, you know? Yeah, even when you take his work in last year's Imperial Festival into account, he's still the front-runner to become the next swordsmaster. From what I've heard, there's rumors that he's already a swordsmaster, but the Imperial Army's keeping that under wraps. These gamblers will bet on anything. From how many coins are in the other person's hand, or how many drinks that person over in the corner could handle before passing out. And in the Imperial Festival, which academy would come out on top? What about Eugrasia? I heard there were a couple of god-class summoners in Eugrasia. The odds are, holy shit, 12 times. Even if you bet a single gold on it, that would increase to 12. But there's a reason for that. But even among these people, no one bet on Eugrasia. Even if Professor Nicerwin came, it's just half a year. No one would hope for anything in that half year. Aside from a few geniuses, the people that performed the greatest feats during the Imperial Festival were the 3rd and 4th years. Skill-wise, there was little difference between a 1st year and a 4th year, but the difference in experience was immense. And the difference of experience made a huge difference in real matches, like the Imperial Festival. A real match was where even a single mistake could have you losing to an inferior opponent. Just how much practical experience one had could lead to huge upsets. Maybe if it was next year, but Imperial Festival isn't as low as to create upsets like that with just half a year. That's true even if Nicerwin, one of the legendary summoners, became a teacher there. You can see just by the fact the odds are 12:1 as well. What were the odds for Arusha and Marcy's again? Arusha's is 1.2:1, Marcy's is 1.3:1. How cheap. Mercadia is 49:1, shouldn't they honestly make some events for Mercaria as well? Don't you know? There were during the first imperial festivals, but after the emperor said they were too boring and removed by imperial edict, they haven't returned since. Out of the people who were knocking back the booze, no one predicted a victory for Eurasia. Just a few individuals betting some petty change on the off chance of a windfall. It was then. Wham! Order up. What the? There were many customers who kicked in the door. This tavern-cum-gambling den was home to people who all had improper personalities after all. But if the person in question was a little girl that barely seemed 10 years old, that was a different story. Hey, little girl. This isn't a place for kids. What the hell, which dumbass moron told their daughter this place? Even so, don't bring your daughter here. Yeah, for people like us with fuck all lives, pure little children are way too scary. Oh I, chase her out, chase her out. Even as countless people, especially those with one hell of a mug and scowl all glared at her, the little girl still shamelessly moved her short legs forward. Kiddo, this isn't a place to come at your age. Yep. Good children shouldn't be in this place. It's a cute little kid, isn't it? Want a drink with Appa here? Wait a second, who was the last one? Report him to the imperial soldiers. Looking at the men that were approaching one by one, the little girl finally began to scowl. And to the first sacrifice who tried to put his hand on her. Air special, Lulacon destruction punch. Quick. She clocked his chin with a perfect shoryuken, and at this clean strike, the man's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. What? Did he just go down with a single hit from a kid? Hang on. Isn't that the high-ranking mercenary pellet? He can go toe-to-toe with knights as well, can't he? Even as they murmured amongst themselves, the girl thought it was a pity that no more of them approached her. Hying, at times like this they need to go all how dare you to my comrades. And all rush me so I can have even more fun. But she was here for something else today. If she just did this job right, then her owner said that he could create an even more exciting and fun academy life for her next year. And so regathering herself, the girl pulled a bar stool in front of the tavern's owner who was cleaning glasses and sat herself onto it with lithe movements. No matter how screwed over our establishment is, I still have no intentions of selling booze to minors. Hang, I was never gonna drink in first place. And since when did we care of things like that? Ya serious? As she said that, the little girl pulled out a jingling pouch from her pocket and tossed it the owner's way with a smile. 5,000 gold on Eurasia. Piss off if you gonna wimp out. Betting odds of 12:1. In this gamble that all the veteran gamblers said was impossible to win. Only the master of this silver girl guaranteed victory. A certain princess's memories, 5. I won. Looking at Rhea bounce around the room excitedly, I gave her a disapproving look. Your Highness. Yes, Rhea. This victory isn't yours. Although I was going to tell her what was correct, Rhea acted slightly differently to what I expected. There's no need to be so angry at losing to me, Your Highness. As I was saying. Why Rhea, are you the one so full of yourself? For someone that was just moving the pieces for AST who can't use magic. After the first strategy game we played, after I saw AST use that amusing bombardment, I immediately sent for a set of strategy chess that was even used in the Imperial command rooms. Strategy chess was a game where you chose from a set type and number of soldiers available to you, and used your magic power to give them orders to make them move after a set period of time. For example, if you added magic power to a knight piece and set its actions to move, attack, and defense, then the piece would move automatically. And because of that, unlike normal chess, the chess pieces move immediately after your turn ends. Meaning, it wasn't a game where you moved your pieces after seeing how the opponent moved theirs, but you had to predict how your opponent was going to move before you moved your pieces. If you were attacked while moving, you would receive significant damage, and if you defended an attack, then you could minimize your damage. Moreover, there were specific affinities between different unit types. If you attacked a defending enemy unit with an affinity disadvantage, then on the contrary, there was even a chance of a counterattack. And then there were charges of the cavalry brigades, magic attacks from the magician unit, ambushes by battle mages. There were many different factors that had to be taken into account, and hence it was a game where you had to use your brain a lot. Meaning, Rhea is bad at this game. She's not just bad, she's extremely bad. Once, a knight captain that had an eye on her swordsmanship skills tried to train her skills as a strategist by introducing her to strategy chess. And the results were simply unspeakable. 129 matches, 0 wins, 0 draws, 129 losses. They kept lowering the standards, and in the end she played against a newly enrolled Mercardia student and she still lost. Worse, that student was born as the son of a farmer, a student that enrolled to become a merchant that had never studied anything to do with warfare in his entire life. She fought the match of her life and lost by the skin of her teeth to a student like that. And I just heard from that Rhea to not get upset because I lost. That wasn't just an insult to me, but the entire imperial family, and hence the empire itself. AST, play again. So to shut that mouth of hers, the best thing to do is play again. Even my win rate was such that I would win 7 to 8 times out of 10. It was just that sometimes AST would use some strategy that I'd never thought of. My basic skills were vastly superior to his. Your Highness, it is soon time for lunch. That's why we need to play now, AST. AST argued that it was soon lunchtime, but on the contrary, that was exactly why I requested a rematch. Because a very happy Rhea will be boasting to the maids all the while we eat. Normal people don't boast about beating me, a member of the imperial family. No, on the contrary, it would be normal if they kept their mouths shut and said nothing. But in Rhea's case, much like the Knight Order evaluated her swordsmanship as abnormal for her age, her head was also evaluated as somewhat abnormal by me. Meaning, Rhea is a being where both her body and mind are far removed from common sense. I understand. And then there was another abnormal being in front of my eyes. And member of the imperial family was commanding him directly, and yet AST dared to sigh and grumble, but today's lunch was supposedly the chef's finest work, right in front of my face. Really, to think that my sole bodyguard and my sole steward were both abnormal people. Then Rhea, AST, begin the game. To speed things up, we'll limit the game scale to a single regiment. It's the best. That's something that felt lacking with just Rhea alone, was being filled up, thanks to AST. To think I had something else to turn to other than teasing Rhea. This would have been unimaginable just a few months ago. Your Highness, we're going to win again this time. Sir Rhea, isn't Sir Rhea simply moving the pieces as I'm telling you to? Yeet. The most important role here is mine, Sir AST. If I'm not here, then the pieces won't even move. It would hardly make a difference even if I asked a passing maid to do it. Well, if we don't use Sir Rhea even at times like these, then it would be a waste of Sir Rhea's wages after all. Hang on a second, Sir AST? Isn't that the same as saying that I do nothing here? Your Highness, this strategy chess, it seems like a very good thing. To think it could even make Sir Rhea think. Sir AST. Unlike a normal chessboard, on the giant game board where all sorts of obstacles were strewn across it, as magic power was injected into it, the board glowed and the surroundings darkened. It wasn't that this effect was being applied to the actual space around it, but illusion magic was being applied to the players to make it look like that was happening. Let's see. Although let alone the Empire, you would be hard-pressed to see the ocean in the kingdom where AST used to live, but for some reason he was very good at naval and aerial warfare. Although it wasn't like he was incompetent at regular land-based warfare either, there was a significant difference in the way he operated those armies compared to his handling of aerial and naval warfare. Starting from the way he previously used his battle mages to create an aerial ambush, to using his battle mages as a transport vehicle for his magicians to launch a massive hit-and-run attack to defeat me. Then should I use an aerial unit from my side? Since it's only a single regiment, if I focus on aerial warfare, then I won't have enough ground troops. In strategy chess, magicians and battle mages are both units that take a significant amount of resources per unit to deploy. But unlike the magicians that could annihilate a land-based army with their superior firepower, battle mages simply did not have that raw power. If it was the bombardment that AST created, and the battle mages under my command that were working to be able to consistently use it, then they could provide a significant amount of firepower, but those things were not yet implemented in strategy chess. And because of that, when you played with a single regiment, just a 10-man squad of battle mages were sufficient. But could he be thinking of that and also use battle mages? I overdid it slightly, but chose 40 battle mages in the end. Thanks to that I lacked knights, but I could make up for it with cheaper conscripts and good infantry to create something resembling a decent army. This strategy was also one I learned from AST, as AST sometimes enjoyed using very cheap units to attack with sheer numbers. The battle will begin. The battlefield terrain is a plain. The scale is a single regiment. Aisha versus Rhea. The match will begin. Don't think you'll be getting lunch until I win. To shut Rhea's mouth, I swore I'd get an overwhelming victory. Battle Mage Corps, 2 squads of 10, suppress your magic reactions, and proceed to the marked point. Ground troops, defend. Although their movement speed dropped, I had the Battle Mage squads suppress their magic reactions to pull off an ambush, and a few turns later. Huh? ASD Snipe Brigade sacked my base, and game over. And on that day, we did not eat lunch. Number 10, their story, a certain villain's story. Sir AST, let's do our best. Yes, Sir Rhea. I smiled at Sir Rhea, who was looking excited despite doing nothing. Fine, the beings called protagonists always had stand-ins. And then they acted as stand-ins for said stand-ins, and that was how they improved themselves. Take one of the Legends of Stand-in matches, the Master of Bottom Dealing, the people that only those who saw that Pharaoh's Bloodstained board game knew about, the ghost that was in some respects better suited for summer ghost specials, all their stand-ins got stronger on their own. One of them beat the Pharaoh that he was standing in for, and another got creamed in the land of his past life, but he still got pretty strong, won. We can win this time as well, right? Although of course I knew hoping for that kind of growth from Sir Rhea was pointless. Yes, Sir Rhea. If we work together, we can fight any enemy. Then let's begin. Her Highness and Sir Rhea stared each other down from opposite ends of the strategy chessboard. Although I couldn't experience it for myself, if you injected magic power, then you would not be able to see one another's units, and the units would move like in augmented reality. Put simply, it was basically ARST*** craft, too. Sir AST, how are we going to organize our units? Sir Rhea looked straight ahead and whimpered as she asked me. Normally I would think about it a bit, but right now, I'm hungry. And so I want to end this as quickly as possible and go eat. Set all available units as knights. Eh? All knights against Her Highness, that's impossible. Looking at a shocked Sir Rhea, I said imposingly. It's alright. I have a plan. That plan being to have all my units charge in and get annihilated as quickly as possible so we can hurry up and go eat the chef's greatest masterpiece yet. Really? I trust you, Sir AST. Oi, if you trust me that easily, then you'll leave a mark on the thing called my conscience, Miss Knight. We've started. Commands. All units charge in the shortest route possible. Continuously. Sir AST? I could clearly see Sir Rhea's surprised face. Attack is the greatest defense. Is what you'd expect Her Highness to say, but she surprisingly likes to use defensive tactics quite often. And she's especially the type to prepare against these sorts of blatant baits. Against Her Highness, who prefers to play the long game and slowly choke her enemies out, a direct charge of the knights is nothing short of suicide. It's alright. Everything is part of my plan. Like you said earlier, all you have to do is trust me. I trust you, Sir AST. It feels like I can already see the image of Sir Rhea charging at me once the game is over already. But my hunger takes priority right now. Charge, 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 charge. I understand. Despite my ordering to continue charging, Sir Rhea doesn't doubt me a bit and continues ordering her units to charge. Around about now, my knight units and Her Highness's should have met up and getting slaughtered. But something's not right. Although I, who wasn't affected at all by the magic, couldn't hear Her Highness, but I could see her face. I named it half-map hack mode. With this, there were a few times where I made some key decisions by looking at Her Highness's expressions. But, why is her face not looking so good? Could it be, we're actually winning? I turned my head slightly to look at Sir Rhea, and boy did she look excited. I did nothing but charge with my knight brigade, but to think we'd actually win. We won, that's Sir AST for you. And a short while later, Rhea looked at me with such sparkling eyes it was almost awkward, and Her Highness was biting down on her lower lip as she glared at me. So that's how you're going to play? Your Highness? All I did was charge in like an idiot. And what do you mean that's how I'm going to play? All I wanted was to eat lunch. Again. Your Highness, we really should be heading off to eat lunch. Quiet. This time, start with a division. The scale has gotten bigger too? Alright, Your Highness. I'll take that challenge. The one who's actually playing is me. Why is Sir Rhea the one shouting so confidently? Alright then, begin. Your Highness, too? Rhea, who shouted so confidently and as if she got fired up over it, Her Highness was making a serious face. This isn't good. It seems like she'll keep on playing until she wins. With the thought that I might not be able to eat lunch, my already hungry stomach complained even harder. Another all-in with knights, all units charge. Yes, since it's Sir Ast saying it, I'll trust you. The exact same charge of the Knight Brigade as before. There's no way that Her Highness would fall for the same trick twice. Ugh hi. Again. And my faith activated a trap card. Looking at her annihilated base, Her Highness even gnawed on her lip as she glared at me and shouted that. Charge, charge. All units charge, idiot. Yep. Understood, Sir Ast. And another Knight Brigade charge in the next game as well. If she even loses to this then Her Highness will have gotten triple bunker rushed. 3. To be Kong. 4. Her Highness will have suffered 3 consecutive losses. Surely Her Highness, the Imperial Princess, that is famous for being talented as hell, wouldn't lose to the same build, and to the same bullshit cheese strat. GGGGHHH. So you're going to keep on doing this, AST? And just as the elders said, that surely ended up biting me in the ass. Sir Rhea was taunting Her Highness, looking as happy as she could be, and accepting those taunts and glaring at me, was Her Highness. In that case, I need to stop using the charge strat, and use a different plan instead. Again. And so the games went on until my 30% win rate rose to nearly 50%. And so, I shed some tears because I could not eat lunch, and the chef that created his life's work and was waiting for us to taste it also ended up shedding tears as well. A certain princess's memories. 6. Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness. I bit down hard on my lips as I refused to look at Ast, who was calling for me. Yesterday I was thoroughly toyed with. In a game of strategy and tactics, Ast deceived me, and I fell for his traps and continued to lose to him. To think he would order a direct charge with only knights, how much more could you look down on me? And 3 times at that. Your Highness. Because of that, throughout the rest of yesterday's games, the possibility that he would use that bizarre knight charge strategy again kept weighing down on me. But after that, Ast didn't use that strategy a single time. And because of that, Rhea has her nose sky high in the air and extremely pleased with herself. Your Highness, Your Highness. Even if you lost a whopping 12 times to yesterday, you shouldn't be ignoring Sir Ast like that. I'm not. You are. Really, I could never have imagined Rhea like this before Ast came along. As I thought, Ast was the problem all along. Ast. Yes, Your Highness. Just how could I make that emotionless face of his twist around? What did I have to do to plant the seeds of fear into Ast, the man who would even face off against me, the Imperial Princess, with complete shamelessness? What do you fear? What do I fear? As I nodded, Ast was momentarily lost in thought. Sir Ast, what about the evil god? The evil god that nearly destroyed the world. Since I don't know whether it really did nearly destroy the world or not, it's not that very scary to me. Information about the evil god is held by all the major temples, Sir Ast. Saying things like that could lead to disciplinary action from the temples. There's not even anyone from the temples here, so what does it matter? They say that they even insult His Imperial Majesty where he is not present, so who would listen in if you cursed a god where no one was looking? Is Ast really a commoner? As far as I was aware, the Emperor and the temples were objects of fear and worship to commoners. And yet this man was asking what did it matter if you insulted my father right inside the Imperial Court. Although I don't know about His Majesty, the gods know everything that happens in the world. They're listening. Was Rhea also influenced by Ast? Or did Rhea simply act like she normally did, saying out of ignorance? Did she even realize that she said even though you couldn't curse God, you could curse my father? Then, After a lot of thinking, she yelled at Ast with her eyes wide open. What about your family continually telling you to get married? That at this rate you're going to be a spinster, or you've already lost your opportunity for marriage. Ah, Rhea, that's... So was that the case, Sir Rhea? Cough. As if she realized her own mistake, Rhea clutched her non-existent breasts and collapsed. Although in this case would you say that you clutched her heart and collapsed? So that was how it was. You were being pressured to hurry up and get married. Sir AST. At AST's pitying eyes, Rhea began to backpedal while still sprawled out on the ground. They're calling you a spinster. Stop, stop. Please stop. You could see the corners of her eyes moisten with tears. But even so, AST ignored Rhea's appearance and hammered home the finisher. You've passed your marriageable age. You-aha. Tears dripped down, big fat droplets. As AST looked at Rhea scream with his fingers in his ears, he smiled brightly. Ending up like Sir Rhea truly is a bit scary. You're mean, you're mean, you're mean. To think that a swords master would be in tears just over marriage problems. The only place you could see this in the Empire, no, the entire continent would probably be here. It's alright, Rhea. If you still can't get married then tell His Majesty. I'll make sure you get an imperial edict that lets you get married. Sob. Your Highness, you don't need to go that far. No, to begin with, isn't that saying that it's impossible for me to get married without an imperial edict? Rhea rubbed her presumably reddened eyes and pouted, lower lip sticking out, and she was as cute as a rabbit. This isn't it. Rhea is too dangerous. She keeps emanating this aura that makes me want to tease her, and throwing my mind into chaos. Something that AST fears. Although I didn't expect it to begin with, of course he didn't say anything with his own mouth. Aside from Rhea, there wouldn't be any idiots that would reveal their own weaknesses by themselves in the imperial court. In that case, I need to find out what AST fears on my own. Being snippy even to me, the imperial princess with that iron face of his, the one who sold out my name to raise his favorite tea in the palace gardens. AST. Yes, Your Highness. As AST bowed his head with perfect etiquette I rarely ever saw from him, I smiled brightly at him. Looking at Rhea, I think I'm afraid of ending up like that as well. Why, Your Highness? Yes, any person would be afraid of ending up in that horrifying state. Sir AST. Horrifying. You two are talking about me right now, right? Right? As I looked at tearful Rhea and AST who had his head bowed and shoulders quivering from trying to hold in his laughter, I said to AST those ultimate words that I had thought of. So, AST. Marry me. Your Highness? Your Highness? Grit. He clamped his lips tightly shut, and ground his teeth. That was it, that was the expression I wanted to see from AST. AST's two eyes were dyed in horror, and his expression was contorted as if someone had told him the world was ending. And shortly afterwards, his expression changed to someone wondering whether I was insane. Even if it's me, that kind of face does hurt a bit, AST. Then before you have the capacity to think such things, would it not be better for Your Highness to consider your BU? I mean your statement you just said? No matter how wild AST ran rampant, perhaps even he didn't have the courage to choose the word bullshit right to my face as he hurriedly changed words. Yes, that's right. That makes absolutely no sense, Your Highness. Please reconsider. No, before that, was my appearance that dangerous to you? Yep. Cough. I ignored Rhea collapsing while clutching her diminutive chest again and continued on the offensive against AST. To think Rhea would collapse grabbing a chest with nothing to hold onto, she might as well grab onto a nearby man and marry him instead. Ugh hi. As Rhea groped her small chest and muttered she still had hope, literally holding on to hope, she glared at AST. Your Highness. There are two things that Your Highness is mistaking. The first is that Sir Rhea does not have small breasts. Sir AST? Rhea stopped her groping and looked at AST with expectant eyes. Rhea really is an idiot. Sir Rhea's breasts are not small, but absent. Therefore, Sir Rhea does not own small breasts, but no breasts. Although she has reached the peak of martial ability as a swords master, her breasts are non-existent. Your Highness has just declared that something existed where in reality it did not. Awawawa. And betrayed as deeply as she believed, Rhea stood blankly with her mouth agape as she burned out to ashes. Then the second? That she should grab onto a nearby man, that is, me. Are there not many men around Your Highness? I get what he's saying, but the phrasing is a bit out there. You do realize you're saying something very weird, AST? You're saying that as if I, a girl barely 10 years old, is actively hunting for men? I simply said the truth. There are numerous men guarding Your Highness's vicinity. Am I the only man around you? The romance between a personal steward and a princess, don't you think that would sell quite well as a novel or a ballad? It seems your highness has not kept up with the trends. Lately the love between an emperor or crown prince and their maid, or a queen or princess and her knight is what has been popular. Really, now? As I looked at AST with my head tilted crookedly, AST made a face as if he had enough of this. Your highness, I will ask you directly. You just said that in order to annoy me, didn't you? Yep, I did. As he looked at me breaking out into laughter, AST sighed deeply. What would you have done if someone else heard that? I have no wish to die. Why, you think that one of the pathetic nobles that keep sending me engagement letters will dispose of you? Even if I looked like this, you could count my position to the throne on a single hand's worth of 5 fingers. Meaning, if one could get engaged with me, then they would earn the right to aim for the emperor's throne. Because of that, I had imbeciles blinded by ambition, and the idiots also throwing their hats into the ring to stop the imbeciles' families. Then there was also those trying out, because why not like the 10 great families? Perhaps not for the families with power like the 10 great families, but there are some smaller marquee houses who actually could move to dispose of AST just over rumors. Don't worry. At the very least, I don't like people touching my things. Although I'm fine as long as your highness isn't the one poking me around. As I burst out into laughter again, AST sighed deeply as if to sink into the earth. Your highness, my case aside, I think Sir Rhea's damage is quite significant, so I believe it would be for the best to stop here. Rhea? I took a look over at Rhea, who would normally have recovered on her own and be sulking in a corner. This time really is pretty bad. Looking at Rhea, who was staring blankly at the ceiling with a dropped mouth and unfocused eyes, I actually was kind of surprised. Was I too harsh this time? No, hang on a second. Wait, wasn't that because you called her breasts non-existent, AST? I at least had stuck to the very thin line of calling her breasts small. Since this was true, not even Rhea could say a word otherwise. Because considering she's 9 full years older than me, my breasts have already caught up with hers. So what turned Rhea like that was definitely AST's no breasts declaration. You were too harsh, AST. Even Rhea doesn't have no breasts. Even men have them if you're human. Your highness knows perfectly well that was not what I was talking about. You can easily find ordinary men that have breasts bigger than Sir Rhea's. In that case, it would not be incorrect to say she has no breasts. That's true. To think she would lose to men, Rhea really does have it bad. And therefore, your highness, I have done nothing wrong. I simply said the truth. Well, if he puts it like that, then I don't have anything to say either. Even if AST was in the wrong by calling her no breasts, but Rhea was the problem for not even being able to argue if she was called that. But Rhea's no fun if she's like that. Since it's AST's fault that Rhea turned into that, return her back. If you don't, then there really will be a beautiful story of a princess and her steward floating around the imperial court. Does your highness really wish to see me dead? As I shrugged while hiding a grin, AST made a face as if he was done with this as he whispered something into Rhea's ear. This is working better than I expected? Although I felt a bit miffed that AST rejected me like that, but AST's face of torment was more amusing than I'd expected. I watched on as whatever magic words AST was whispering into Rhea's ears brought her dying eyes back, sparkling with life. Done. Already? Rhea's condition this time was pretty serious. What did you say to her? Well, it was simple. Since she became like that because she couldn't get married, I said I would introduce her to a few men I was acquainted with. AST, you had things such as acquaintances? There were a few people who tried to use my connection to your highness. And you're introducing those kinds of people to Rhea? It's impossible for Sir Rhea anyway, isn't it? Anyways, she'll feel happy for a while as long as I say I'll introduce someone to her, so it's alright. You never know? There might be some insects that are really aiming for Rhea's position and endure really well. And if it's Rhea right now, then she could even marry those insects. The higher rank of a noble you were, the more common arranged marriages were. And in Rhea's case, her family as one of the 10 greats was an awfully big one. Moreover, Rhea's only alright because of the fact she's my bodyguard and a swords master. Aside from the students that attend the 4 great academies near the capital, the majority of noble children marry at around 17 years of age. And even if they weren't, most of them would be engaged. When you considered Rhea's background, 19 wasn't too bad, but when you considered all of her meetings have failed so far, it might be dangerous. But to my slight worries, AST made a face as if nothing was wrong. Isn't it all right? Aren't you winging it too much, just because it's not your life? No, it really is all right, isn't it? Either way, both Sir Rhea and I are your highness's toys, are we not? Hearing someone call themselves a toy with their own mouth, it feels quite quaint. And yet you do not deny it? It's true after all. At my words, the corner of ASD's mouth curled up as he said. Then the moment insects try to approach Sir Rhea, would your highness not be the one to dispose of them? Even if Rhea would be very disappointed? Since when was your highness the type of person to care about that? Although he said it like it was nothing, just how many commoners exist that would say these things to a member of the imperial family? As I thought, this man was thoroughly insane just the way I liked it. A certain princess's memories, 7. This lad, no, lass was thoroughly insane. If you keep doing this, then I'll really seriously send in a request to my father to marry you. Was it because of my slip-up last time where I showed her my shocked expression? This little brat, every time she's at a disadvantage, she always pulls out marriage. Your highness, even so, you cannot do what you cannot do. Really? Rhaelle? Is that so? All right then. Then I'll go and tell father I'm going to marry you. Although the laws of the empire do not yet permit your highness's marriage. So you've been in and out of the imperial library lately whenever you had some spare time, so you were learning the imperial law? This little squirt, before she used to taunt me with an expressionless face, but goodness knows where she learned it from, lately she's been pressuring me while wearing this evil look. Yes, you never know when you might need something you've learned, after all. Alright, then you should also know that according to imperial law, although marriage is impossible, engagements are very well within the law, right? And why wouldn't I? There were cases where families that would engage their children together even though they hadn't even been born yet. An engagement at 10 years old was quite an acceptable age to get engaged at. But the condition for that was very strange. Your Highness. For an issue of the imperial family, and moreover, an issue that affects the empire itself, isn't the reason why a member of the imperial family seeks engagement too flawed? There was a reason why the princess who normally teased me just enough for me to be troubled before pulling back was saying this. And that was, are you not being too petty over threatening me with engagement just because you do not want to eat carrots and cucumber? AST. I don't like what I don't like. Indeed. The reason why Her Highness was going as far as to use her own engagement to threaten me was because she didn't want to eat her vegetables, carrots, and cucumbers. Her Highness that was throwing a tantrum with a giant scowl looked exactly like her age, but to me who knew exactly what was inside that appearance, it was all but a disgusting act. And so I need to push strongly here. Even if Your Highness threatens me, as a personal steward that must also look after your health, I cannot acquiesce to Your Highness's request. There's no problem to my health just because I don't eat carrots and cucumbers? Although of course since she's being fed all sorts of things good for the body in the imperial palace, of course her health wouldn't deteriorate even if she didn't eat cucumber or carrot. But, the only time where I can openly get revenge on Her Highness that keeps on giving me annoying work on a daily basis is this very mealtime. I can't miss out on this. Your Highness. Among the duties of a personal steward is the duty to ensure Your Highness grows up well. And so in order to fix Your Highness's eating habits, I was going to convince, Her Highness with a somewhat logical reason, but beside me, Sir Rhea bit into a sandwich she was eating as a light snack before lunch and she shouted. Ah. Hang on a second, Sir AST. When you don't have cucumbers in your own sandwich, your argument to Her Highness has no merit behind it. TCH, I got found out. But why is Sir Rhea eating my sandwich? I finished all of mine. And so is it right for a lady to eat someone else's food whenever they want? Oh my, since when was I ever treated like a lady here? Sir Rhea, who was eating my sandwich with an expression that nothing was wrong, had definitely gotten stronger. Not physically. She was already a swords master when I first met her, so her martial skills were already strong. But her mental growth over just this single month was so bright it was almost blinding. Was this the mental power she gained after getting rejected by all 15 men I introduced to her? AST, it's nice that you're playing with Rhea, but don't you have something to say to me before that? You can find the rest of this content on the lightnovelworld.com platform. While I was enraptured by Sir Rhea's growth, Her Highness was looking at me with the same look I so often looked at her with. What look, you ask? The gaze of someone looking down on unsalvageable trash? Your Highness. Cucumber is an ingredient that simply cannot be saved. Cooking is an art where you combine each ingredient to bring out the best in the others, and the thing called cucumber is a very poor ingredient that infects other ingredients with its smell and taste. I think so too, AST, but why are you putting cucumbers in my food, and not in yours? That? Well, that's obvious. Your Highness, I am an adult. Children may not be fussy eaters for the sake of their growth, but I am an adult that has already finished growing up and therefore I do not have to eat cucumber. What sort of bullshit is that? Meaning, Your Highness is still in your growth period so you cannot be a fussy eater, but I have already finished growing up so I am allowed to be a fussy eater. Do you realize just what kind of bullshit you've been spouting out for a while now, AST? Of course it sounds like bullshit even to my own ears, but the moment I admit that I'm liable to be eaten whole by that monster with a girl's appearance. Damn it, other kids that treated like this in other worlds are usually orphans and soldiers, so if their superior tells them to jump, they have to ask how high. But our monstrous Imperial Highness is a princess, so she has no superior to tell her to shut up. Your Highness. I lost my parents at a young age, and shortly afterwards my country was also destroyed because of our territory lord's stupidity. So, want me to say I'm sorry? This stubborn princess. Although of course if she treated me with pity then that would send shivers down my spine in its own right. No, I do not wish to blame my poor luck on other people. It's just that, since that was how I passed my childhood I could not be a fussy eater when I was young. Sir AST. Sir Rhea was looking at me with very sad eyes. But, isn't that sandwich in her hands mine? I only ate one, so half of my lunch has already vanished? And? Since I was not a fussy eater when I was young, I could grow up as I have done. And so Your Highness may not be picky about your food. Really, now? And as if she understood me, Her Highness nodded, smiled brightly at me, and said. So enough of your bullshit, and swap your sandwich with mine, AST. And at the same time, the hand that reached forward to steal my sandwich was none other than Her Highness's. Whack. I refuse. And I reached my own hand out to knock away Her Highness's, to protect my sandwich. Are you mad? Slapping the hand of the imperial family? Your Highness. In the laws of the Empire, there are clauses that state for people that take care of young members of the imperial family, such as stewards like me or wet nurses. As well as teachers brought in for education, all have the right to apply mild discipline as we see fit. So you've memorized all those annoying things. But was there a clause that included picky eating among those necessities for discipline? Your Highness, picky eating can be included under education related to daily life. Her Highness leered at me, or more accurately, my sandwich with narrowed eyes, before her gaze turned to Sir Rhea. Rhea, were there carrots in Sir ASD's sandwich? Munch, yes? Ah, Sir ASD's sandwich? At Her Highness's sudden question, Sir Rhea hurriedly gulped down the sandwich she'd been chewing on before she nodded. Yes, there were. Well, I didn't like cucumbers, but since I didn't mind carrots I left the carrots in. Alright then, AST. I will try to fix my dislike of carrots at this opportunity. They always say that small steps are always the beginning, right? So change your sandwich with mine. Oh, to think that she would try to fix her pickiness against carrots that failed last time because of Sir Rhea. To think you would try to fix your eating habits yourself, I'm proud of you, Your Highness. You can find the rest of this content on the lightnovelworld.com platform. I know, right? So. Her Highness was saying with a slightly aggrieved look. And I cut Her Highness's words off, and continued talking. But I refuse. Why? Why? Well, of course that's because I do not like cucumber, Your Highness. GGGHHHT. 1. At my words, Her Highness made a stunned face briefly, before commanding Sir Rhea. Rhea, I command you as your lord. Bring me ASD's sandwich. Yes, Your Highness. Hang on. Sir Rhea? I'm sorry, Sir AST. But it is my lady's orders. At the words that it was a command, Sir Rhea's whole aura changed. Although I had seen many sides of Sir Rhea during this not all that short time, there was only one time I had seen this before. It was the time where she cut down the magic barrage that Her Highness and I had tested and brought to reality. And another difference was that this time her appearance from back then was right in front of me now. Sir Rhea. This is an important aspect to support Her Highness's growth. Yes, I am aware. But Her Highness's commands are more important than that. Wow, to think a person could change this much. Normally she would have just gone really, and glossed it over with just words. Must it be this way? My sword was dedicated to Her Highness. And even if His Majesty the Emperor was to command me, I must prioritize Her Highness's orders. Now that it had gone to this, I started to think. Could I fight with Sir Rhea as she was now, and win? Impossible. Could I protect my sandwich from Sir Rhea in her current state? Also impossible. Then that left me with only one thing I could do. Sir Rhea, if that is how Sir is going to do it, then I must also be serious. Yes, Sir Ast. I heard that you also train your swordsmanship daily, Sir Ast. Yes, the epitome of fantasy. If I, who can't use neither magic nor summoning, were to survive in this fantasy world, then at least I need to know how to swing a sword. I was living the life I was, because at least my previous life and this one weren't too different in that respect. I had to at least swing a familiar sword. And because of that, I had never ever lost my touch with a blade. To the point where even the organization acknowledged my swordsmanship. As far as I remembered, my sword had always been in my hand my entire life. Shooing. Sir Rhea drew her sword from her sheath and looked at me with enough fighting spirit to send shivers down my entire body. Although I'd rather have it been under different circumstances, but I always wondered what Sir Ast's swordsmanship was like. I too took distance from her. And reached my hand out. Towards my sandwich. Visit lightnovelworld.com for a better user experience. Both Sir Rhea, who was facing me seriously, and Her Highness the Imperial Princess that had been happily watching over the two of us watched my foodie show with dumbfounded eyes. Wait, Sir Ast. Wasn't this moving to something on the lines of you and I meeting swords? Meet swords? With the Sword Princess? To be honest, when it came to pure swordsmanship alone, I was confident that I wouldn't lose to Sir Rhea. No matter how much of a genius Sir Rhea was, when you added my past life and my present life, I had over 40 years of experience in swinging a sword. But it wasn't like I had the balls to fight serious mode Sir Rhea. Why would the Sword Heaven receive the most respect out of the 5 sword titles? Because it belonged to the strongest among those that practiced swordsmanship. And yet even so, they say that the Sword Heaven is the weakest among the 5 titled swords. Because the majority of the people that become the Sword Heaven are people who use their swordsmanship to overcome their deficiencies in magic power. Sword Ki uses magic power. And sword auras are the compressed version of that sword ki, and therefore use disgusting amounts of mana. Because of that, even if you overcame the hurdle of a sword's master, if you lacked in magic power, then you couldn't even use sword aura all that much. And even in reality, among the Sword Heavens in history, there were even people that were said to only have enough magic power to be able to use sword aura just once per fight. Because of that, in order to be judged purely on their swordsmanship, they say that Sword Heavens do not use magic where their titles are on the line. But reality doesn't care for any of that. In reality, magic is the best. Even when you looked at wuxia novels, the protagonist always beat down their enemies with inner ki. When was the last time you ever saw them become invincible with martial prowess? No matter how good your martial arts were, you would be decimated with a single swipe of sword aura. Such was how the Murin worked. Meaning if I'm the master of martial arts and the sword, Sir Rhea is the master of inner ki and the sword. No matter how much I swung my sword and got stronger, I would get snipped in two with a single sword aura imbued swipe from Sir Rhea, sword and all. But this fight is not between myself and Sir Rhea. Thanks for the meal. And the finisher was my stuffing the few sandwiches that were spared by Sir Rhea into my mouth and swallowing it all with a gulp. The cause of this fight was Her Highness ordering Sir Rhea to bring her my sandwich. Now then, Sir Rhea. There's no more need to fight anymore, is there? And therefore if I make it so that said sandwiches can never reach Her Highness's hands, it's my victory. I can just eat them all and not even fight. Sir Ast, do you have any pride as a swordsman? Before I am an honorary knight, I am Her Highness's personal steward. Fixing Her Highness's eating habits are a greater priority for me than my pride. Although to be honest this was all to give Her Highness a giant middle finger, I at least need to package it like this so I get less coming back at me. And on the contrary, shouldn't the one whose pride should be suffering yourself, Sir Rhea? Irk. At my words, Sir Rhea's face stiffened. Since you could not carry out Her Highness's command, after all. And as I looked at that Sir Rhea, I gave her a sadistic smile that a certain note Shinigami once wore, too. I'm sorry, Your Highness. At my words, she bowed her head to Her Highness even as her eyebrows shivered. No, it's all right. Crunch. Both of you did it for my sake. Stuff, crunch. Should I have just given it to her? This _ content is taken from lightnovelworld.com. As Her Highness glared at me while angrily toothbrushing, angry sandwich eating, I started to feel cold sweat running down my back. That's how it is. It was all for me. So I should be understanding. The look in Her Highness's eye as she ignored all rules of imperial etiquette and gnawed away at the sandwich in her hand seemed so very far removed from the thing called understanding. A certain princess's memories, 8. Yes, arrange for it to be done. Understood, Your Highness. As Rhea looked at the maid bow and leave the room, she asked. Your Highness, must you escalate things like this? AST started it. Well, but still. I mean, members of the imperial family can be picky eaters, why not? And it wasn't like I was an especially picky eater, I only hated cucumbers and carrots, and yet despite knowing this, AST finally ended up making me put both those things in my mouth. The foul texture of carrot and the disgusting taste of cucumber that lingered in my mouth. There were many other ingredients aside from those two, but due to the invasion of the cucumber that had a very high moisture content, everything else was infected with the taste and scent of cucumber as it violated my mouth. And this was what I heard later from a maid, but my sandwich was one that AST requested especially from the imperial kitchens, a sandwich absolutely chock full of cucumber and carrot. This was a challenge against me. Your Highness, there's no need to go as far as calling in that person, wouldn't be sufficient if I came forward? And because of that I came up with this plan, but it seemed that Rhea was against calling in that old man. You've already lost to AST, Rhea. That wasn't me losing with my sword. I didn't know that Sir AST would come out like that either. When I gave her a direct command, and Rhea was about to seriously steal AST's sandwich. AST stuffed it all into his own mouth and swallowed it just like that. Because of that, after pulling her sword out seriously for the first time in a while, Rhea ended up losing without even being able to take a swing. But a loss is a loss. You could not carry out my command, Rhea. I'm sorry. As Rhea bowed her head looking like she could cry at any time, I sighed. I honestly wanted to spread the news of this, but then AST could get killed by the female knights that admired Rhea. I still haven't found out his secret yet, I can't let him die now. No, before that, he's toyed with me this much, so if he's going to die then I need to kill him with my own hands for me to be satisfied. And you said it as well, Rhea. AST seems like someone who knows his way around a sword. Yes. I had a chance to see him training briefly, it was a clean swordsmanship that didn't fit Sir AST. Really? Rhea once said that if you saw someone's swordsmanship you could also see their true personality. And so. Rhea, between taking back your statement that someone's swordsmanship reflects their personality, or admitting that you are a poor judge of character, which one will you choose? Why, Your Highness? Because according to your words then AST's true personality is clean. Ugh hi. I pressured Rhea who was struggling with herself. To think that AST who was the fusion of all filthiness would have a clean personality. There's no bigger bullshit than that. I think I'm a poor judge of character. I'm sorry, Your Highness. As Rhea bowed her head and apologized I pat her on her back. There, it's all right if you know it. Yes, Your Highness. But, there is no need to actually call in that person. If it's the sword then I have the confidence to not lose to Sir AST. Of course. Rhea is strong after all. But in order for AST to admit defeat then you can't step forward, Rhea. AST has almost no magic power after all. Even commoners have enough magic power to play 1 or 2 games of strategy chess, but AST doesn't even have that. If you were to ask how bad it was, AST has so little magic power that I thought he could be undergoing a pilgrimage after being chosen as a god's apostle. To become a god's apostle, he could possibly be a pilgrim who was deliberately emptying out his magic power to receive the power of a god, that's how empty AST's magic power reserves were. And if that AST, fought against Rhea, who while not quite at the level of the Sword Star was still among the top of the female knights in terms of her magic power. AST will never simply admit his loss. And so the person that was needed was one with pure overwhelming swordsmanship, and yet had little mana, so AST couldn't use that as an excuse. I had to find someone like that to beat AST and make him admit his defeat, and then after that I can claim that he lacks skill as my personal steward and have him go train in the army or with the knights. Because a personal steward has the duty to protect his master. And when that happens, I have a very legal way to make him suffer as much as I want. And this perfect plan. Huh? Lies. With AST holding out using his sword as a cane to barely stay standing, and the old man that had fallen down in front of him. As the thing that could never, ever happen actually happened. Failed with the unexpected result, that AST would become victorious. Number 11 Their story, a certain villain's story. Learning the sword? I need it for self-defense. As Her Highness nodded, I turned to Sir Rhea. What do you think, Sir Rhea? Do you believe that Her Highness needs to learn swordsmanship? Yes, I do. And the answer that came back was unexpected. I would have thought that she would say that as long as she was there, Her Highness would be safe, so she had no need to learn swordsmanship even for self-defense. I am a useless guard that lost to Sir AST and couldn't even obey my liege's commands, after all. Sob. Huh? But the following words were ones of total self-denial. Was this because of me? But Sir Rhea didn't lose to me in swordsmanship, so you should have more confidence in. No. I lost. I let my guard down, and I was taken aback at when something I never could have expected happened. No, there's no need to go that far. It is. Back then, if I had thought to perfectly carry out Her Highness's orders, I should have cut off Sir AST's hand the moment it moved for the sandwich. Hey, don't cut off people's hands just over cucumbers and carrots. But I did not do such a thing. Rather, I couldn't even think to do such a thing. Whether she knew my thoughts or not, Sir Rhea stared at me with her eyes wide open as she said. And therefore, I have no rights to say anything against Her Highness. Yes, is that so? Since it felt like if I said the wrong thing here I really could destroy her personality, so I decided to leave her for now. Because between Her Insane Highness and the Imperial Court where I could be offed at any minute for some political reason or another, teasing Sir Rhea is my only joy. I can't lose my only fun in life like that. So are you planning on learning swordsmanship from Sir Rhea? No, I'm going to learn from a proper teacher. Rhea is too much of a genius. Isn't it quicker to learn from a genius? As I tilted my head at the unexpected answer, Her Highness turned to Sir Rhea. Rhea, how did you become a swordsmaster again? I was enlightened when I watched the snow in winter. When you were watching the snow during winter? I was curious as to just what enlightenment she came to while watching the snow, and the answer that came back was simply absurd. Yes, Sir AST. That day, there was a lot of snow, so we were making a snowman. I heard that she became a swords master at 18, so did that mean at the age of 18 she was making a snowman while guarding the princess? As I imagined Her Highness rolling around a snowball in order to make a snowman, the image sent shivers down my spine as I glanced at Her Highness. I wasn't there, by the way. I had something to do with His Majesty, so Rhea didn't come with me. Yes, I was having a competition with my little sibling as to who could make a bigger snowman at our family home. As if she read my mind, Her Highness denied what I was thinking. And so after I squished up my snowball, and kept on rolling it, I wondered if I could squish my mana like this as well. So I did it and my sword key became Sword Aura. As if she was satisfied with her story, Sir Rhea nodded while I stared at her. I waited, and waited some more but no more came. Sir Rhea, is that it? Yes, that is it? As I stared at Sir Rhea blankly, she tilted her head with a face as if something was wrong. You see, that's what Rhea's explanations are like. I can't learn from that. At Her Highness's words, I nodded with her. You can't teach someone with those Mr. Bob 1 explanations. If you drew it all and said easy right, then what the hell were you supposed to do as a student? So I decided to learn swordsmanship from someone good at teaching. So, AST. Yes, Your Highness. Fight him. Why me again? You Highness, is there a reason? If it's something like that, then I personally believe that Sir Rhea is more suitable. No, that person's not quite like you AST, but for a swordsman his magic power's more on the lacking side. So of course Rhea would win if she fought him. Then what about learning from him without fighting him? No, his rumors could be exaggerated, after all. So you check him out for me. Although she was making a face like a duelist who'd set a face-down trap card and was just waiting to activate it, but my poor life was one where if she ordered, I couldn't refuse. And so a few days passed, and the man who was supposedly Her Highness's swordsmanship tutor arrived. It's been a while, Your Highness. You've gotten more beautiful since the last time I saw you. It's been a while, Gramps. Judging from the way they talk, they seem quite intimate with each other. Could normal people meet Her Highness and still leave in a good mood? I heard that most people don't last more than a month before they run. Meaning that, unlike his sagacious appearance, that old man either had a trash personality, or he was a lunatic. Because there are no normal people other than me around Her Highness. Ah, so would you be my opponent AST? Yes, my name is AST Delilac. He seems close to Her Highness, and speaks down on me despite knowing who I was, so he seemed a man in a very high place. At times like this I need to know to crawl on my own. A good match, I'm looking forward to it. I'll do my best. I grasped his outstretched hand and shook it. A bumpy, hardened hand. Perhaps it was because he was to become Her Highness's swordsmanship instructor, but those hands were ones that had spent a long time handling a sword. Now, I prepared the location, so let's head over. I was tense because the opponent seemed like he would be quite troublesome to handle, and all of a sudden Her Highness got close beside us as she led us to her own personal garden. Now, I've already had the guards and battle mages on standby to prevent anyone else from approaching this place, so fight as much as you want. Even if you lose an arm we can put it back on, as long as you don't die. A 10-year-old wants a bloodbath of a fight. Then, here I come. Please take care of me. I glanced at Sir Rhea with a look of help, but Sir Rhea avoided my gaze. In the end I took my sword out to face the enemy. As long as he didn't use magic as he promised, I had the confidence to not lose. Kong. That was, until I took his first strike. What the? How? The strike of a man who looked in his 50s on the outside, but since there were people who could delay the aging of their bodies with magic, he could even have been in his 60s, yet his attack was so heavy. Your Highness really does have a way of finding interesting people. But it seemed that the old man in front of me was as shocked as I was. I think it might be fun even if I go a bit harder. No, should I say his true colors came out as you'd expect from an acquaintance of Her Highness? His expression was a simple child's enjoyment, yet his fighting aura his body was emitting felt like it would really kill me. Now, how about this? I tried to parry away his blade that made a straight line towards me, but the old man's sword never touched mine, and instead slithered around like a snake to reach me. Damn it. To dodge the blade that came driving into my heart in an instant, I immediately dropped my sword and stepped back. A swordsman dropped his blade, can I take that as your loss? As the old man scowled at the sword lying on the ground, I lifted my left hand. If it's a sword then I've got one here. What I held in my left hand was a small dagger. To fight against the man who'd already managed to get into a space where I would have an awkward time fending everything off, a dagger would be better than a long sword, so I made the choice to boldly abandon my sword. Good choice. A dagger would be better at that close range. But right now the distance between us has widened again. Indeed. So what are you going to do? In a situation where there is distance between us, the ranges of our weapons are important. Just why were rank-and-file soldiers given spears? Was it not to stab the enemy before they could get in and start slashing away? Of course between a short and a long sword, the long sword is superior. And Sir Rhea and Her Highness both seemed quite disappointed. But there was no way I would have come empty-handed to a place riddled with trap cards after all. This. I lifted up my left hand, and threw my dagger at him. What the? The old man was infuriated with the action that would never happen in a clean fight, but I ignored him and unsheathed another hidden dagger and went in for my second attack. This was Her Highness's mistake. She told me to fight my opponent, she never told me to fight fairly. And moreover, she even gave me a situation where no one was looking? Did that not mean I didn't have to care about what other people would think either? And so, I threw my second dagger at him and engaged in a battle style I was very, very good at. It was the moment a degenerate, filthy dogfight between the old man and I began. Owner, you shiverin'? The floor's all shaking? I need to calm down. Just imagining the horrifying ending made my foot shiver without me knowing. Relax, relax. Calm down. I'll be alright, just as long as I survive this year. People are only ever suspicious at first. Even if they could suspect me this year, come next year, or the year after, all they will think of me is as a teacher of Eugracia. As long as I manage to hold out until then, Plan Darkest Under the Lamppost is a success. And since the princess wasn't even around, these were the greatest conditions. Now let's get ready for us to head out as well. Us, I don't even have anything to pack? Take your lunchbox then. You it? Even if you talk about my lunch, there's nothing in it aside from magic stone fragments? I want to eat tasty things too. Shut up, and keep gathering mana. Even now, her magic power was starting to run low because I've used her this way and that since the beginning of the school year. Even if I told her to go back to her bat form and recharge, she's telling me to not break her promise of letting her stay in that form and is still burning mana. At this rate, if enemies come in with ranged attacks or a human wave tactics like that time with Sia, then that's it for me. You need to eat magic stones every day for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Since I'm not a devil, I'll allow you to eat magic stones as a snack. Owner, I look like an idiot, Taya? Watch up pretending to be nice, and telling me to eat more magic stones? Owner doesn't know how awful magic stones taste like. Well, of course. I don't eat magic stones after all. You eat it. If it wasn't for next year, I'd just throw it all away, but I have tossed or plenty of mana so I can play for next year. She's saying, this isn't for Owner, but for me, like some standard Sundara, but she doesn't look at all like it's Sundara. Professor Nicerwin, it's Professor Aruhan. Ah, yes, come in. Good work, Professor Nicerwin. With Professor Mwam at the lead, half of the teachers have already left. Professor Aruhan momentarily flinched on seeing the metal bat swinging her legs around as she grumbled, but he soon came to me with a sheepish look on his face and gave me the list of teachers that had left in advance. Will you be the one leading the teachers that leave this afternoon, Professor Nicerwin? Hell no, do I look crazy to you? All that was on today in terms of the Imperial Festival was the declaration of the opening of the Imperial Festival, and then the party that only the teachers, the students, and their parents attend in the afternoon. And if you were to talk about the parents of the students of the 4 great academies, then that would mean that they were all important people within the Empire, which in turn meant that it was a party that the people high up in the Imperial Court would attend, that is to say, a party that would be just right for me to get caught in. So why would I go? No, I still have some duties left over, so I will be leaving tomorrow at dawn. I will leave you in charge of leading the teachers this afternoon, Professor Aruhan. I understand. Thanks to Professor Aruhan who just bowed his head and made his way out of my office, I got to skip out on this afternoon's party. And so one of the most dangerous days, the first day was done. Now if I just leave first on the last day then there's no more risk to me. Number 1 their story, a certain crown prince's story. There's too many risk factors to this. I clutched my aching head and diligently flipped through the reports that were coming in. But, there was still no hope. Risk factors, are there any problems with the guard detail in the upcoming Imperial Festival? My right-hand man that had been with me for a long time asked, but I don't think he quite understood what I meant. No, even if the Imperial Festival is the best environment for a terrorist attack, there's no way His Imperial Majesty would be harmed. Even if all his bodyguards disappeared, His Majesty could beat up as many ordinary assassins as he wanted on his own. But right now, I had to focus more on my life rather than petty things like that. I got a letter from Big Sister. She says she's coming back before the Imperial Festival ends. We still haven't found AST, have we? At my words, as if to prove the long years we spent together, my retainer's eyes widened as he nodded. So that was it. Your Highness, no, my lord whom I have dedicated my service to, where should I mark your grave? And as expected of my right-hand man that had served me long enough to know exactly what elder sister was like, he confirmed my death. That's it, isn't it? I'm gonna die? Yes, it's confirmed. Might the reason she's arriving before the end of the Imperial Festival just to match the timing? Timing? What timing? She'd declare that Your Highness has died during the closing ceremony of the Imperial Festival. If it's Her Highness, she could easily claim Your Highness's death was due to the remnants of Howling or the anti-Empire forces. No, if it's my elder sister, she might not even bother to bring up leftover Howling or the anti-Empire forces. To begin with, due to the flawless encirclement, Howling didn't even have any leftover forces anymore. Because everyone was caught in it aside from the one person who that perfect plan was initiated for. It won't be so. As you know, the amount of internal documents that pass through Her Highness's hands is almost as great as that handled by Marquis Arton. If Your Highness died the moment she returned, then Her Highness would find it difficult to immediately leave to search for the man named AST. That's true. And, if she cited revenge for Your Highness's death, she would have justification to roam around the Empire, and if needed even seek permission to search other nations. True, since there are traces that they had fled to another nation, cooperate with the search. And she could even involve other countries in the search for AST. And the foundation for all this would be my death. Yes, that is the case. As I looked at my retainer nodding his head as if it was obvious, I wondered whether he really was my right-hand man, but soon I came to realize that if I was a third party in this, then I could have come up with the exact same conclusion as he would. Meaning, my death was already set in. I don't want to die. It's already too late. Oi, I spent all my life trying to become Crown Prince. How long has it been since I became Crown Prince, that I'm already gonna die? At least you fulfilled your dream. I still haven't realized my childhood dream. What was it? To become a dragon slayer. I reckon you could call yourself that if you fought elder sister and won. Now, I'd rather go fight an actual dragon. Would I fight Her Highness? That's true. Even I'd rather choose to fight a dragon. No, I'm not joking. Fighting elder sister is exactly the same as fighting a dragon. What about throwing away your position as Crown Prince and running away? I thought about that, but when I checked I found elder sister had people watching me. How skilled were they? Dunno, I felt them out, but you know what? I heard that elder sister had a swordsmaster brigade. That might actually be true. Ah, that rumor from the Great War? To be honest, if Her Highness's name is attached to the rumors, then it honestly so much like the truth that it's no longer scary. I know, right? Even elder sister has more swordsmasters officially under her command after all. Yes, even though we did our best to spread rumors during the Great War about the number of swordsmasters under our command, but the numbers themselves are on a different scale altogether. True. We spread lies that we had one more swordsmaster, but elder sister had rumors that she had an entire swordsmaster brigade. Although it seemed like wild exaggerations at the time, when you thought of the situation back then during the Great War, even those bizarre statements sound oddly convincing. Even if it was an army trained by one of Empire's greatest generals, elder sister took an army whose morale was shattered by his death and retreating on all fronts with defeat after defeat, and took that army as well as her own to go undefeated during the Great War. And especially, the way she led the elite forces of the Merdia Kingdom, whose military was on par with the Empire's, and completely and utterly annihilated them despite a tenfold numerical inferiority, went unexplained by the Imperial tacticians to this day. And that was against Merdia's Supreme General that even forced elder sister into retreat a number of times. Can't you sneak me out at night and run away? Therefore, I couldn't ignore the rumors that elder sister had a swordsmaster brigade. Because if I really did have a swordsmaster watching me, the moment I tried to run would be the moment I would be dragged in front of elder sister's feet in chains. Your Highness, I do not wish to die yet. You said your sword was dedicated to me. Even so, I would rather die cleanly on my own sword rather than make enemies of Her Highness. Oi, so you're just dying happily on your own? What about me? Your Highness, accept your fate. Even if you kill yourself, knowing Her Highness she'll just revive you with some forbidden ritual and keep you going with some sort of arcane art until AST is found. Hey, don't say things like that. Elder sisters actually studied ritual magic, you know? No kidding, she actually did learn ancient ritual spells for fun, just because she was bored. Ah, and she's also good with a sword, and good at magic too, elder sister is. So, I'm going to die? Yes, Your Highness. It's time to face reality. Your Highness, that's already fated to death, will have gone over whether will you die or not die for around 10 pages if we go by page count. 1. Damn it, what's that disgustingly concrete number of pages? And as I continued arguing with my right-hand man that I wondered if he really was my right-hand man, the beginning of the Imperial Festival had already drawn near. Damn it, the Imperial Festival started. Elder sister said she'd return before the Imperial Festival ended. It's starting already. Your Highness, it's time to give up and just go. His Majesty the Emperor's congratulatory speech is about to begin. I didn't know then that my sole hope for living was right here. Despite the fact that the students that the man named AST had raised, over 1,000 of them were right in front of my eyes. A certain student council president's story. In a giant hall, several times the size of Eugrasia's main auditorium. The insides were decorated with extravagant decorations, and the food was luxurious and plentiful. It's tasty. It is, the wine's high class as well. And we, the main characters for today, were looking around here and there for food. Hey, but why does all this delicious meat taste worse than those sandwiches we desperately searched for during the holidays? Oi, Risen. Are you really the one to be saying that? You found and ate them on your own, so of course it'd taste good. Yeah, it would have. Ah, but wasn't the one bite we each shared around pretty good as well? I know, right? I remembered them every now and then and went to the sandwich shop to buy a few, but they just didn't taste the same. And yet none of all these decorations and furniture, the food, nor the VIPs that came here to meet us satisfied our hearts. Damn it, I'm bored. I know, they should just start the damn festival already. They do this on the last day as well, don't they? It's actually even bigger on that day. With the mind that since it's the last day, they're using everything they have left. Here. I'm honestly not in the mood for all this. Until we are victorious. That's how it was. Our objective was victory in the Imperial Festival. And on the side, we were aiming for an extremely overwhelming, total victory that would leave its mark on Imperial history. Because otherwise, hell awaited us. It's been a while, Nerkia. As we wet our throats with low-alcohol wine and I wished for tomorrow to come as quickly as possible, someone came looking for me. Milord Duke Zir. The twin pillars of the Empire. The Reina Archduchy, and the one that led the Archducal House of Zir. But the important thing here was that this Archduke Zir was a member of Arusha during its golden age, and the one in charge of this year's Imperial Festival. Meaning in some aspects, he was our enemy. I feel something quaint from the students of Eugrasia this year. As I accepted his outstretched hand and shook it, he immediately took a wary shot at us. That's a former Arusha for you. He probably set the events up that Arusha would be ever so slightly favored as well. But Professor Nicerwin said this to us. Luck is also skill. And if luck is a skill, then of course schooling, contacts, and bloodline must also count as skill. And his teaching that since the world revolves around it all even if they don't count, then get promoted and set up your own faction, is still ingrained in my head. Indeed, don't get angry that Arusha has the favor of an archduke, but win a perfect victory at this year's festival so that we have an archduke's children enroll at Eugrasia next year. This hell, it's unfair if I'm the only one to. I mean, it's a great loss for the Empire if I'm the only one that receives such excellent education. There were many changes in Eugrasia this year. Thanks to that, the students' skills have improved. As I thought of the days gone by at school, my mana flow wavered momentarily. Huh? Did my hand break out in a cold sweat? The Archduke's hand was damp as he withdrew. Damn it, it's my mistake. I'm sorry, as I was thinking of what happened at school, I just... Was it so trying for you? Trying? Did that come anywhere near what it was actually like? We'd all have rather fought the kings of hell. Don't they always say that students grow through adversities? Although of course we didn't want those adversities. They say that one must overcome trials and tribulations to become a hero and earn your happy ending. But as we struggled through our trials and tribulations, we realized. You're perfectly happy if there are no trials or tribulations to begin with, right? Through great sacrifice, we realized that doing nothing and gaining nothing made us much happier than sacrificing something and enduring all sorts of trials and tribulations to obtain something at the end of it all. If we could meet ourselves of the past, we would want to yell at them that we don't need anything like Eugrasia rising up again, so don't ever bring Professor Nicerwin, but it was already much too late. It seems you have had it hard. No, milord. How would we turn back time that has already elapsed? We simply wish for anyone wanting to enroll at Eugrasia next year to not come. But humanity's greed is endless, and they endlessly repeat the same mistakes. Those who could not abandon their greed in the face of Eugrasia's victory will end up in Eugrasia one way or another. I have no reason to care about those moths charging into the flames. Really now. I waited for my Lord Archduke, who was lost in thought. But he's thinking for too long? What is it? Ah. Might this not be some strategic action? It wasn't out of place for someone managing the festival, and one of the highest representatives, an archduke, to come meet the student council presidents, but meeting an archduke, which was like the difference between heaven and earth for most students, even if they are nobles, would put them under extremely heavy pressure. Although it was nothing to me that had already faced the fear of death multiple times, but if it was me from last year, then no doubt I would have been shivering and quivering all over hoping I didn't make some mistake. In that case, he was definitely aiming for that and pretending to think over something. That's a former Arusis for you. I need to assume that the battlefield is already all but enemy territory already. I'm sorry. I have kept you for too long. No, milord. Did he realize I had caught on to his machinations? Even as I bowed my head to Archduke Zier as he moved away with a slightly sheepish expression, in my mind I had different thoughts entirely. Yes, struggle all you want. Victory is already ours. Of our certain victory. Number 3, their story, a certain management story. If you were to ask what the most popular event in the Imperial Festival was, then it would undoubtedly be the swordsmanship tournament and the contest between the 4 great academies. And so as the one in charge of this year's Imperial Festival, I attended the pre-festival party where all students were in attendance, and was going around greeting all the student council presidents. Encouragement for my successors at Arusha, courage for Marses that challenged Arusha. And for Mercaria that didn't suit the Imperial Festival, yet did their best anyway, I gave them some special words. And finally, when I went to meet the Eugrasia Student Council President. What the? Before I was an archduke, as a proud swords master of the empire, I led from the front in countless battles. And yet this space was filled with an aura that made even me halt my feet momentarily. With a few very friendly exceptions, the students that fought each other at the Imperial Festival often stayed with their peers from the same school. Meaning, the students standing here were almost certainly Eugrasia students, but this mood does not suit the Eugrasia of the rumors I had heard. The aura emanating from these students was one of bloodlust and iron willpower that you would only expect from an army that had fought in countless battlefields, and would have to fight in many more in the future. Was this the mood of Eugrasia, a school that could be dropped from the 4 great academies at any minute? Although rumors said that there were drastic changes in educational policy driven by the legendary summoner Professor Nicerwin, but the ones leading the students in practice were still the student council, with their president at the head. It's been a while, Nerkia. And my predictions were exact on the mark. Milord Archduke Zier. The Eugrasia Student Council president that was present at last year's opening ceremony led by that Archduke Reina looked like a completely different person compared to the one in front of me now. His figure as he led Eugrasia, the once considered weaklings, unexpectedly well compared to the powerhouses of Arusha and Marses, left a deep impression on my mind, but that was nothing compared to him right now. I feel something quaint from the students of Eugrasia this year. Firstly, the way he unhesitatingly reached out for a handshake. That was not the reaction of your average low-ranking noble. Even when the child of a high-ranking noble, Arusha's student council president, took my hand, just how much did he shake? But this Eugrasian student council president, he simply kept his composure and smiled without so much as a twitch. There were many changes in Eugrasia this year. Thanks to that, the students' skills have improved. The smile was befitting his answer, but his force was not. The flow of mana he unleashed for but a moment was similar to that of His Majesty's aura of pure annihilation. And the force that a mere student emanated caused my hands to soak through with sweat. I'm sorry, as I was thinking of what happened at school, I just. Was it to pretend he didn't notice my mistake? The Eugrasia Student Council president calmly apologized to me. Was it so trying for you? So flustered was I that I uncharacteristically stuttered, but he seemed to not care. Don't they always say that students grow through adversities? Instantly, the atmosphere of the room shifted. At just one word from the Eugrasia Student Council president, the mana of all the students in the area was oppressively pressing down on this space. This was not simply a matter of showing off. When a soldier freshly returned from war spoke of an enemy country or mortal enemy that stole something important from them, they would unconsciously unleash bloodlust, and this pressure was the exact same feeling I got from that. As the parents around us looked around in shock, the boy himself was surprised as he calmed down his mana. It seems you have had it hard. No, Your Grace. How would we turn back time that has already elapsed? We simply wish for anyone wanting to enroll at Eugrasia next year to not come. Eurasia already had the lowest enrollment rates out of the 4 great academies. Even if the Lisha House and a few other influential families sent their children to Eurasia with expectations of Professor Neisserwin, if they don't have a good showing at this year's Imperial Festival, then that could really be it for them. To think that he would not want students to come to his school even under those circumstances. Although he graduates next year, those words should simply not be said as Eurasia's Student Council president. Really now? Was Eurasia in such dire straits that even their Student Council president would say such things? One could assume that from the rumors, but the force emanating from this Eurasia did not match them. Then, was it possible for students to be standing with this much strength in just half a year? No matter what, I could never train soldiers like these in just half a year. Moreover, to make students like this, not even soldiers, the only person that could make this happen in the entire empire would be Her Imperial Highness the Imperial Princess. Hang on, no, it can't be. A shiver ran down the length of my spine. To think I would see vestiges of the Imperial Princess, a person untouchable in the Imperial Court, in these students. I'm sorry. I have kept you for too long. Once I realized that, I also realized that I had kept a single student for too long. No, Your Grace. Normally in situations like this even a noble hardened in high society would be nervous, but none of it applied to the Student Council president. And after my final farewells and well wishes, where my feet took me was in front of a single noble. It has been a while, Archduke Zier. No, Marquis Lisha. Marquis Lisha, the father of young Lady Lisha, the person that might be most closely related to the changes in Eurasia, as well as the leader of a division of the Imperial Army. He who protected the inside of the empire, and I who protected the far reaches of the empire often talked together, and were quite personally close to one another, so I got straight to the point. I heard your daughter enrolled in Eurasia. She did. I also heard that it was Eurasia's education that allowed her to become a God-class summoner. And I also heard that the army contributed a fair amount to Eurasia as well. They did. I heard that some members of the summoning corps became teachers at Eurasia. Yes, there were some that went to Eurasia after retiring, but it was quite an amusing topic when some active soldiers were also sent over. Looking at Marquis Lisha nod his head, it seemed that there was not much information regarding Eurasia. So, your daughter went to Eurasia, was there anything else she got out of it aside from becoming a God-class summoner? But since it had to do with his eldest daughter, he would still know more than I did. And the answer I got back was an unexpected one. Something she got out of it, yes, there was. Aside from when she was young, I saw the tears of my daughter that had grown up so quickly. Lady Eris's tears? Young Lady Lisha was nicknamed the female general in high society. The tears of Lady Eris, that everyone around her wished her on to become a splendid female knight? And my daughter learned how to overcome death in Eurasia. Wait, hang on? How to overcome death? It's as I have said. I am very grateful to Professor Neisserwin for allowing what can only be learned on the battlefield to be taught in a safe environment. Marquis Lisha, the man who I thought was reasonable, kept on saying things that I simply couldn't understand. Eurasia is that kind of place. In the end, the only other thing I got out of him was that he was currently in the process or restructuring his army with the enlightenment he gained from Eurasia. I couldn't hear what I wanted to know. I can't understand what you are saying. You'll understand once you see Eurasia's first matches come tomorrow morning. Now even more curious, I stayed with Marquis Lisha for a while longer and asked him a few more questions, but in the end I could not get what I wanted. A certain participant's story. It can't be. The numbers that were recorded on the scoreboard in front of me couldn't possibly be real. But not matter how many times I rubbed my eyes, the numbers on the scoreboard didn't change. Arusha, 0 points. Marseilles, 0 points. Eurasia, 5 points. Mercaria, 0 points. Over the week that the 4 academies competed against each other during the Imperial Festival, there were a total of 30 events. Depending on the event, there are some that can take the entire day, whereas others could end in just under an hour. And the majority of the events on the first day were of the type that ended quickly, and likewise, the number of points they offered were not very high, either. And today's event in particular, were all individual events that were worth the least amount of points, so each victory was worth only 1 point. Because the events leading into the final days were worth 5 points, sometimes up to 10, you couldn't afford to be complacent, so it was always a tight contest all the way to the end. It was too early to give up yet. But, even so, On the other hand, if someone began winning overwhelmingly from the beginning, then even if you won on the final day, you still couldn't win. Because even if you took 10 points from zero by winning on the final day, if the opponents already had 11 points, then everything was already over. And let me repeat this, but there were 5 events today. And they were individual events worth the fewest amount of points. Is this illusion magic? But no matter how many more times I blinked, the Eugrasia 5 points did not change. Very well. I must admit it. Today, in all 5 events, Eugrasia, the school deemed the weakest, won everything. And overwhelmingly so. Press, it's okay. 5 points today, that's nothing, right? Even as the other members of the student council tried to cheer me and my flabbergasted face up, I still couldn't say anything. We're Arusha, right? Yeah. Arusha. The strongest of the 4 great academies. Although the female members said with bright expressions. But Rail, the strongest of all of us, got destroyed that easily? Everyone else fell into silence. We wouldn't be so troubled if this was a team event that was unfavorable to Arusha. We might even have had excuses if we had a draw filled with nothing but the strongest fighters to defeat to proceed. But none of these applied to today's matches. No, on the contrary, you could say that we were actually quite lucky. An event that was the most favorable to Arusha, a 1-1 duel in a narrow arena. And even with our tournament draw, aside from one match, no one else could be thought of as a worthy opponent until we won. But Real was defeated in round 1, and no one else lasted past round 3. Plus, 3 of the semi-finalists were. Each academy sent out a total of 10 people. Even Mercaria sent out people that could fight reasonably well, and I heard the standard of the matches were higher than last year as well. But the whole story changed when you looked at the draw for the semi-finals. 3 Eugrasia, 1 Marcy's. And even that one Marcy student was defeated in his semi-final, and in the end the finals were fought out between 2 Eugrasia students. Admit it, we were routed. These were the results even with our favorite event. And what about the other events? All of them could be said to be a one-sided whitewash, no, a slaughter by Eugrasia. But Lady Eris didn't use summoning, and she only used her spear. Yeah, Lady Eris, who was already talented, simply went over to Eugrasia. If only Lady Eris had come to Erusis. Do these idiots have any idea what they're saying? No, seeing the majority of them were second years and their first time on the student council, they wouldn't understand. Are you all a bunch of idiots? Are you missing your heads? The moment I was about to tell them the truth, the one who said something before me was the Vice President Arietta. Is losing to a summoner with a spear something to be proud of? And the furthest we managed to get to was just round 3. But Eugrasia alone sent 3 people to the semi-final, and they fought the final between each other. If you were an ordinary student, I won't care if that's what you think. I wouldn't care if that was what you would have thought last year. But right now, you are members of Arusha's student council. We need to understand why we lost, and make it so that our students can win instead. Arietta. The person that would want to beat Eugrasia the most out of all of us would be Arietta herself. Did that asshole Nerkia even know just what she was fighting for this Imperial Festival? Even though we normally fought each other quite often, when you considered Arietta's situation, that pissed me off even more against Nerkia. Are you alright? For now. At Arietta's shout, the new members of the student council immediately turned their gazes downwards, and the 4th-year members who were familiar with this by now began to console the other students. You're still playing the villain as always. Well, it's what I've always been doing after all. It's a role I've inherited from my Sunbei after all. What about just telling Nerkia? It's not a bad deal for him either. He's the one that's got the most to gain from all this as well, isn't he? No, the promise I made with father wasn't something like that. She's still as stubborn as ever. And I suppose that was the exact reason why she was a figure of respect for countless Erusis girls, as well as one of fear. And besides, Nerkia is also doing his best to win in the Imperial Festival. I can't make him give up just like that. Damn it, her completely different appearance to her normal cool personality was so damn cute. To the point I just didn't understand why the hell was she lovers with someone like Nerkia? Nerkia is incredible. Even when he first enrolled, he could have gone to Marcy's, but not for the school he was going to attend, but purely for his own education, he chose to go to Eugrasia, and he even created a miracle like this. Was this what you called a maiden in love? I couldn't see any trace of her normal self as she fervently heaped on the praise, as she showed me a side of her I'd never seen once in the 2 years we'd been on the student council together. Although the reason why she was showing me this was because of the Eurasia Student Council President Nurkia, was so much of a waste. Seriously, you girls are really living it the hard way. No, we're all doing this because we want it. So, it's alright. As I looked at Arietta smile happily, I thought of another girl that made that very same smile. Someone who could in future aim for the title of president, or vice president. A girl whose personality was the complete opposite of Arietta's, a girl who could not earn respect, but was loved instead. Alright then, tomorrow, we'll definitely make a comeback. Although the thought of an asshole who monopolized the love of girls like them having a happy end did make me resentful, right now as the student council president of Arusis, I had a duty to ensure that Arusha won the Imperial Festival. Yep, I believe in you, press. And the next day. Arusha, 0 points. Marcies, 0 points. Eurasia, 12 points. Mercaria, 0 points. The gap only widened. Number 5, their story, Eris Real Leisha's story. Aha. Unbelievable. To think these two contestants would meet in the first round. Lady Eris, this has become an incredibly troublesome situation for her. How noisy. The first day of the Imperial Festival, the dual arena of the 1v1 matches, one of 5 events to be played out today. Since it was only day 1, we would only get 1 point even if we won, but even so, we couldn't give it up. Because our goal was a total victory with not a single defeat. Lady Eris, one of the best swordsmen from even the famous family, the Leisha Marquis. Yes indeed, even from an early age we heard that young Lady Leisha was touted as a future female knight that would eventually become the successor of Sir Rhea. But her luck was just simply too pitiful with her opponent. This might as well be the final on our hands right here. And so, press sent out me, who is our best chance at winning this event. Lady Eris's opponent is the strongest of Arusha, the Empire's Academy of the Sword. The talent said to be the closest to becoming a swords master in the Empire, no, the entire continent. Yes indeed, Lady Eris's opponent is none other than that Merelder Rel Rail. The key to this match is just how Lady Eris will deal with this formidable opponent. There were numerous watchable shows in the Imperial Festival other than just us, and so because of that, the analyst casters had a tendency to over-exaggerate things to earn their keep. Just like this. Incredible. To think we could watch such a high-level contest from the very first match. Not just here, Rail is a swordsman who could even aim for the top positions of the swordsmanship contest that many of the greatest swordsmen in the Empire compete at. But his enemy is the Leisha House's Black She-Wolf. If you make light of her claws, even Rail can get quite a bloody nose. The annoying, and seemingly endlessly repetitive analysis kept on going and going. And having said that, a she-wolf, just what the hell are they saying? Are they already coming up with a nickname for me? In that case I will very bluntly reject that. What the hell is a she-wolf, a she-wolf? I just want to hurry up with this match, and stop listening to the endless drivel from those mouths, but there's still some time to the match. As I unsatisfyingly swung my feet back and forth, I heard the goddess's voice. Hey Eris, is that boy over there actually the strongest they have in Arusha, the academy they call the best in the Empire? Yes, apparently he is. His force that I could see from all the way over there, was definitely incomparable to normal students. Those kinds of kids, we've got them everywhere in our academy, don't we? Is that actually their strongest? The goddess was sincere in asking me that question. Well, of course. Because that boy supposedly the strongest in Arusha, was about the level of an average student in our academy. We, justified AG, ain't a school that runs on and on that, something like that's their strongest. Sob, against just that, sniffle. And in the end, our goddess burst out in sorrowful tears. Goddess? Nicer when that foo. I mean, Professor even thought of the possibility that the other schools would form an alliance against us. Sob, but still, even still. Sob, there was no reason for us to feel that much pain. That's true. Just that, is their strongest. Even if all of Arusha's students were at that level, even our first years could probably beat them all if they tried their hardest. Because no matter how close they were to becoming a swords master, they were still not an actual swords master. No matter how close it may seem, the thing you might never attain till the day you die, is the peak that is a sword's master. As to who was the closest to that realm, only the gods in charge of that realm would know. And here we go. Finally, this event's greatest match is about to begin. We make a cautious prediction that this match might take a bit of time. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, hurry now. Lady Lisha, it is an honor to be able to fight you. Yes. To my opponent who greeted me first through the noise of the casters, I bowed my head slightly in greetings. Lady Eris. Do you know that there are more upsets in this event than the Imperial Swordsmanship Contest? Yes. Unlike the Swordsmanship Contest which runs for the entire length of the Imperial Festival, and allows for proper rest, all of this event's matches end in a single day. That is the case. Even though it is possible to recover, a full recovery is impossible. And so, you must fight saving your strength for the opponent you will fight next. Before I stepped onto the battlefield for this event, Professor Nicerwin had said. You do not have to be concerned with injuries, Miss Eris. And the following words were from the creature right beside him. Yup. I can totes heal ya easy peasy, so don't worry. The Silver Devil had said, raising her two fists into the air. Meaning, injuries, meant death. But, seeing as Lady Eris is my opponent, I will fight with you with everything I have as a swordsman. Imperial Festival 1v1 Duel, Match 1, Eris Ril Lisha vs Merelder Rel Rail, match begin. With those words, the match started. My goal is to fight strong opponents, and become a swords master. I hope you will do your best to help me attain that goal. As he said so, what gathered around his blade was a blue-colored sword key. And seeing that, I summoned the goddess's spear. Spear? And my opponent looked at my spear with bewildered eyes. Yes, it is the weapon of my contracted goddess, Athena. A divine weapon, is it? No, it's just a spear. The goddess's divine weapon was a shield. Although the spear was sturdy, it didn't have any special powers to be worth calling a divine weapon. Wasn't Lady Eris's signature weapon a sword? I have begun using a spear since I enrolled into Eugrasia. It had been half a year since I began using a spear, that I could summon any time I needed, and fight against the Silver Devil from range. Even if my skills were somewhat lacking compared to my main weapon, the sword, using a spear was still better in order to avoid that pain. Are you, looking down on me? But it seemed that my opponent was getting angry at my words. Why? I am not. Lady Eris is a swordsman. And a master of twin swords at that. I was. Have you given up already? Having enrolled in the perpetual third place Eugrasia, have you given up as well, Lady Eris? Oh my, now what nonsense is this? Then you're, actually disappointed. It seemed that the nonsense, no, the bullshit would keep on coming. Night study, plans, I've already heard enough bullshit in the academy over the past half year, I can't listen to any more of it in the Imperial Festival, too. And so, I will have him shut his mouth. Spear aura? The thing that shone as if it burned on the tip of my spear was most definitely spear aura. As I spun around my spear that shone red and took a stance, I smiled at my opponent. Get hit by a snowball. If you want to become a swords master. Eh? To my opponent who couldn't understand, I very kindly gave him another answer. Or, enroll into Eugrasia. And with those words, 5 strikes. That was all it took for Arusha's strongest to fall to my spear. A certain student's story. I have a bad feeling about this. A student of Mercaria muttered to himself as he navigated through a dark cave. The event he was in was a classic staple of the Imperial Festival, the Labyrinth. The rules of the game were simple. After being teleported into the labyrinth, the first to escape the maze was the winner. And since the map of the maze was shown to the contestants beforehand, as long as you recognized key features on the map, you could know where you were in the maze. I just have to avoid the other school's students. But the twist was that there were a whopping 400 students in the labyrinth. Even if it was a giant maze, it was not easy to avoid fighting when there were 100 students per school inside. Let's see. This was actually an event that the weak Mercaria had an advantage in. The time one year that the students with monstrous memorization abilities outright remembered the entire map to win just like that, was still a legend in the history of the Imperial Festival. Therefore this student was motivated to help his school get the win in this event. Let's see, where was the statue on the map? HHFF. Clack. Clack. As the student pieced together his current location based off the important landmark that was the statue, he heard the sounds of shoes echoing from far away. Damn it, there's nowhere to hide. The only place where he could hide was behind the statue. But this statue, one of many that were slightly different from the others scattered around the labyrinth, was important in determining your location in the maze. Therefore, being near certain that this enemy would also come to this statue to confirm their location, the student was in a dilemma. What do I do? Do I beg them to spare me? But this could be live streaming on the magic broadcast tools. No matter how powerful of a nation the empire was, it couldn't be recording so many people with magic video tools at the same time. As there were countless other events going on right now in the imperial capital, the probability that one of them would be recording him was close to a miracle. There were a number of famous people in the student council that entered this event, and there are other famous people from the other academies in this event as well, so the odds of me being filmed is low. But this student thought that it would be his rotten luck that he might be caught out by those atrocious odds. No, he couldn't discount the possibility that the enemy was someone famous, and a magic video tool might be following him or her. Alright, even if I lose, I'm gonna lose with style. Hiding behind the giant statue, he pulled out a dagger. Aiming for the moment the enemy would let their guard down to observe the statue, he would ambush them. It wasn't like he had to worry about dying. Among the many events of the Imperial Festival, the Labyrinth was an event that was a favorite of assassins during succession wars, and it was a game where the no-killing rule was frequently broken. And because of that, this event was banned multiple times. But after new magic devices were installed, ones that automatically teleported you once you took a set amount of damage or injuries, this event became a safe one with no risk of danger to one's life. And so, if you aimed for the body, and not the neck, you could take out a foe in a single strike without getting disqualified. Please, don't find me, please just keep on going. But the student knew himself that he was weak. And that his ambush would be easily fended off. Because even Marcy's, the physically weakest school, were still physically stronger than Mercaria. Clack, clack. As the footsteps that were slower than he had anticipated came ever closer to where he was hiding, he tightly closed his lips shut, and peeked out in the direction of the sound of the shoes. HMHMHMM. Going by the uniform, the student in front of him was a Eugracia student, and she was humming as she leisurely made her way around. What? The Eugracia student was strolling around daintily in a way that he thought was simply too abnormal for the labyrinth. And so, as he watched on despite knowing that he could get caught, the student managed to notice something out of place. The walls are moving. His soft whisper was filled with horror. In the long history of the Labyrinth event, aside from Mercaria's horrific tactic known as memorize the map, there were other outlandish victories such as the time when one of Arusha's swordsmen smashed through all the walls with sword key, or one of Marcy's magicians literally flew over the walls. Because of that, the event with the most obstacles and rule amendments was the Labyrinth. Even the ceiling that glowed faintly, the moment you damaged it, you would be treated as a casualty and eliminated. Move the walls? Is it possible? A summon shaped like a wall? Or is she modifying the walls with an earth elemental? The Eugracia student came right up close to the statue where the student was hiding, but the Eugracia student didn't give the statue a glance and walked past it with the same leisurely movements she came in with. What is that? As the Eugracia student walked past without even glancing at the statue, one of the most important aspects of this event, the student watched her go, he realized that there were some new walls in front of him that he hadn't noticed previously. Knock. Knock. What kind of wall is this? Although he didn't notice from far away, when he looked at them up close, they were noticeably different from the labyrinth's walls. Damp even though they were the color of dirt, and unlike the walls of the labyrinth which had magic formulas engraved into them, these walls were made with just plain dirt. The student thought that if his memory served him right, these walls definitely weren't supposed to be here. Knock, knock. And the student that was lost in thought while looking at the wall. Block? Was eliminated about 10 minutes later as something burst out of the dirt walls. Number 7 Their story, Risen Doroa's story. Alright, everyone move according to the plan. Professor Nicerwin, whom for some reason we hadn't seen for the whole of yesterday, arrived at dawn today. Although in all honesty Professor Nicerwin was the number one figure that the students didn't want to see, for the record, the Silver Devil wasn't a person and therefore wasn't included in the rankings. But since we knew with our own bodies just what could happen if Professor Nicerwin's evil hands reached out towards the other academies, he was our greatest ally here. And as we expected, Professor Nicerwin indeed brought out an absolutely monstrous strategy, and we moved out to see it through. For the plan, out of the 100 students, a whopping 90 of them were elementalists. And my role was to stop the other school's students from approaching them in order for us to carry out the plan. Kuwu? Risen Daroa? Was this guy always this strong? KGGH, avoid him, the enemy is the trickster. We need to find everyone else and attack together while the rest of us buy time. And so as I used Loki's shoes to quickly eliminate the enemies, I met up with some other students carrying out the plan to issue coordinates to where we would meet up later. Alright, that's 40. Cook. In team events, it seemed that there were a lot of students involved that weren't that strong individually, but I do think that I have gotten stronger. Without a single effective counterattack inflicted on me, having disposed of 40 students from other schools, I was on a roll to be the MVP of this event. So are you happy? That the effects of that thing called night study are showing up? No, I'd rather pass up on it and the night study. But I lost so many things in the process of getting stronger. Namely countless things involving time and freedom. Yuwu. Impossible, he's getting even stronger. Are there no limits to the trickster? As I knocked down the Arusha students that fell shouting extremely cheesy lines, as I cleanly confirmed the kills as Professor Nicerwin taught me to, I left the area. The great thing about this event was that if you knocked them down and kept hitting them until they were summoned as a casualty, you could confirm kills quite easily. For the record, I was already a pro at getting hit, so I knew perfectly well how hard you had to hit a person in order to knock them out, so my kills were usually confirmed with just a single hit. So, are you happy? No. I snapped at Loki, who kept poking where it hurt just as I was about to forget about them, but Loki only snickered and enjoyed it. Damn it, he wouldn't be able to say these things if he got hit by the Silver Devil. Look at Athena. She keeps getting hit with Lady Eris, so they get along very well together. And the other first-year God-class summoners also got very good at using the powers of their gods. Since they all felt a strong sense of camaraderie with each other after going through countless pains together. Oh, Vice Prez. And as I wondered how I would subject Loki to the Devil's Tushitushi, I heard a voice calling for me from further away. Ah, you were a second year, right? Have you encountered the other schools yet? I met someone from Marcy's, but he tried to use magic, so I sent him off in one shot. The smiling female student's face was slick with sweat. This entire strategy involved using everyone's entire mana pool, and yet she still defeated a Marcy's student in that state. You beat the enemy, while using spirits? Yes, since he was a man, I kicked him in that place, and he immediately started foaming and was summoned out. That place? Yes, that place. Penis. Ah, really? Her saying penis with such a cute face makes me think of a vegetable instead, but she said it was attached to a man. Ah, and she said she ended him in one shot, too. Oh Lady Sermir, may the enemy's descendants be in a better place. Vice Prez? As a fellow man, I prayed for them to be born in the next world. But still, if you kicked him there out of nowhere, that's a bit dangerous. But that's what Professor Nicerwin told us to do. Did he? Professor Nicerwin is, as we thought, a devil. To think he'd tell them to do that as a fellow man. Wait, hold up. He didn't only teach it to you, did he? Huh? Ah, no, out of the people that participated in this event, he told all the female students. Go Theodaway. I pointed her in the direction of our rendezvous point and hurriedly activated Loki's shoes. In this event, the number of male and female participants from Eugrasia were similar to each other. Although I didn't bother counting accurately, if there were roughly 50 of them, and if even half of them were following Professor Nicerwin's advice, then that meant that there were 25 of them. Meaning, 25 female students of Eugrasia that were being controlled by the devil were. Quaha. You girls are all evil. There it is. At the desperate screams of a man from a direction far away, I immediately accelerated to my max speed and arrived to where I heard the sound coming from. GHHH. I'm too late. There was a male student in Mercaria's uniform, collapsed and foaming at his mouth. And there was one of our academy's female students, who was facing off against another Mercaria student who was looking back with horrified eyes, while clutching his pee. Cupping his groin and shivering in fear. Risen Sunbay? I'll defeat them according to the plan, so head over that way. Yes, Sunbay. As the female student casually followed the wall and out of our sight, I bowed my head slightly to the Mercarius student. Sorry, I came too late. GGGHHH, you've done something you should never have done, no matter how badly you needed to win. To the student who looked at me with eyes full of resentment, I had nothing to say. So that no more casualties emerge. I'll make it quick. And so having lost one man and brought another salvation, I ran my hardest so as to lose as few of the Empire's futures as possible. To the last stage of the plan. Number 8, their story, a certain Marcy's student's story. Alright, the foundations for our win are set. Keep your distance. Even if one of us goes down, just heal them immediately. Everything according to the plan. At my words, the seniors started to issue commands to their juniors. No matter what anyone said, the strongest school in a group was Marcy's. Therefore, we prioritized our first steps in this event in gathering as many people together as possible. And thus, with the assistance of numerous spells, 20 people had managed to gather in one place. Although it seemed that it took longer to get together than I had anticipated, 20 people getting together in this convoluted labyrinth was an alright result. Now, move out. With people skilled at barrier and defense magics at the rear, healers in the middle, as well as people capable of decent firepower. And I was a future battle mage prospect myself, one that could even go toe-to-toe against Arusha students in close combat. And with this, our victory was. Huh? Hang on. What the heck is that? All washed away by the giant tidal wave surging from the depths of the labyrinth. Number 9, their story, a certain organization's story. The labyrinth was an event marked by countless assassinations in the history of the Imperial Festival. Although it was near impossible now due to various safety measures, but we, the anti-Empire army who were trained solely to assassinate the Emperor, Bwag, were all washed away as a giant tidal wave swept in. A certain healer tent story. This is bad. This is awful. Kids these days are really scary. One of the healer tents of the Imperial Festival. As casualties came out from the special magic formation, the healing magicians and the healers from the temple all paled as they began their treatments. Guwuk. Stay strong. Your descendants can still live. Yeah. They're not broken yet. They're not broken. As they looked at the 10 or so students who were clutching their crotches, as fellow men, the healers felt a sense of sympathy as they used their magic to heal the students' descendants as effectively as possible. Ah, there's more, huh? Did someone go on a rampage? We've got students popping out left, right, and center? No, they're all unconscious, and they're all soaked. Some go grab some towels. That's 5, no, 7, 10? They just keep on coming? Grab all the towels we have. As the magic formation kept on shining and spitting out more and more people, the bewildered healers eventually brought over people from other healer tents too as they healed the casualties. Wait a second, there are people wearing black clothes as well as the students? You're right? And they're looking really awful, too. Did the spell not work properly? It doesn't look like they've got the casualty teleport tool on them. And as the healers examined the black-clothed people. Hang on, these are anti-Empire army marks? Huh? Here, too. This guy's got it as well. All these people are all anti-Empire army people. Someone get a guard. Ah, and a knight if you can find one. Yeah, BOI. 30 gold per anti-Empire member. This'll be an even bigger profit than what I bet on the Imperial Festival. Hey, didn't you say you quit gambling? Ah, keep it a secret from the missus? They all picked up some nice fat bounties. Number 11, their story, a certain student's story. Now just what could this be? What do you mean what? It's a wave. My junior beside me shouted at my mutterings. A swiftly moving current. The screams of students as they were carried along by the water. I don't know why there's water all of a sudden in the maze, but I do know one thing. We're screwed. Don't give up, and do something about this. He's shouting nice and lively considering he's getting swept away by this current as well. They say that a married couple's fight is like cutting water with a sword. What's that supposed to be for all of a sudden, Sunbay? It means that a married couple's fight is pointless. And that is expressed as trying to cut water with a sword. Well, I know that. New kids these days are quite something. He's opening his mouth so widely despite all the water flowing into it. He's either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Meaning, whether it's Marcy's, Eugrasia, or Mercadia, whoever pulled this on us, as a sword swinger I can do absolutely nothing. Damn it, this son be screwed. Ha ha ha. I'm trying to teach this young un the truth that it's easy if you give up, but as you'd expect, my lively junior doesn't seem to get it. For the sake of Arusha's victory I will not give, you hook? Ah, sorry. But that determined voice could no longer be heard after a girl in Eugrasia uniform appeared at high speed and ran him over with her shark mount. Junior? Junior? You dead? But my underclassman, sent flying far away, never resurfaced. Well, since casualties were automatically teleported out, he probably wasn't dead. I want to hurry up and get summoned out as well. As time went on, the current and the water level did continue to drop, but it still didn't seem like I could do anything about it. Ah, I can see the prez going nuts already. As I saw a turtle swim by with another Eugrasia student on its back, it became clear to me just which school was the one to pull off this insanity. That is, this event, was winner Eugrasia. Who knows what sort of fit that the prez, who once had a crush on the vice prez, would throw at me if we lost to Eugrasia again. But in the end, I heard nothing from the president. Because that day, Eugrasia won every single event. What is going on? They'd brought out an incredible tactic. The wall shattered, and the water flowed out. A massive amount of water produced by 90 students doing their best to wring out their mana to produce as much water as they could. As the water that was compressed to its limits was released, a giant tidal wave swept through the labyrinth. Really, such an absolutely insane tactic, incredible, Professor Nicerwin. Well, the students have a very good understanding of water thanks to Professor Mwam, after all. You could say that this was all thanks to Professor Mwam. After fighting again and again against none other than the Spirit King of Water, the students even went as far as to learn how to use magic to swim in the prison of water the Spirit King conjured up. The kids that could even swim in Hell's River, the river Styx, they were our Eugrasia students. We needed to use their advantages, but there were no water-based events in the Imperial Festival. Damn it all, if you looked at normal light novels, there's always a swimsuit scene to bait in male readers. A God Hand illustrator's illustration. In full color. And a 2-page double spread to boot. But there's nothing like that in real life. Of course, there wouldn't be any events that would have noble stripping. So let's pull a battle of Salsu, too, and wipe them all out with water. Was what I had in mind as I made it, and the results were more than satisfactory. Ah. Someone has already cleared the labyrinth. And of course first place is Eugrasia. Second place is in, and it's another Eugrasia student. Hang on, are there any students alive in there aside from Eugrasia students? According to the labyrinth event administrators, they are all being treated in the healing tents. Riding on the giant flash flood that 90 students created, a minority of the students with summons that could move quickly in water, followed the water flow out towards the exit. A very simple, yet highly effective way to claim first place. And with this, the winners of all 5 events today have been decided. Yes, although they were all from our school. They say that it's not over till it's over, and if we won every single event on day 1 they could afford to be happy, but the teachers' reactions were muted. No, some teachers were actually disappointed. It seems the kids are taking their opponents too lightly. Although in reality the majority of them are easy pickings, but to think they'd fight that poorly. How disappointing. There were limits to how many events a single student could participate in a day. And because of that, sending your aces out when you had to claim victory was obvious. Even if it was just the first day, with few points on the line, in order to push for the initiative and morale, each academy sent out their strongest students, and thus a few of our weaker students lost to other schools. But that didn't mean that our academy students did poorly. Just that the enemies were stronger. This isn't good. Hey Mwami, you reckon we should tell the kids that if they're gonna perform this badly, then we're keeping the night study even if they win the Imperial Festival? So do you want to make good on that threat, and have the students make good on your life, Professor Harrion? I just made them do night study for half a year, I have no idea what she expects of them. What I mean you to know? This is all TH Academy environment that owner set up. Since the surroundings are all insane, of course the teachers are gonna all go nuts, yeah? HM? I have no clue what you're talking about. Just where else would you find a teacher that cared for his students as much as I did? Is this thing just insulting me? Insulting? This is fact. The kids that lost today, are probs getting yelled at right now? Owner know how hardcore the kids got 'cause of you. Nah, surely not. There was a kid that made an unbelievable comeback, and another that clamped onto his opponent that was way stronger than he was, and drained him out of all his stamina. It was obvious that they all did their very best in this event. Would they actually yell at them just for losing? And just as I exited the teacher's marquee and headed over to the students' one. You all wanna die? We're sorry. You see? As I opened the entrance flap, I saw tens of students with their heads bowed into the ground and a weight on each of their backs. Ah, Professor Nicerwin. And with a face as if nothing was wrong despite a scene of school violence being caught red-handed by a teacher, the one that greeted me was Karen, one of the vice presidents. What is this, Miss Karen? We were just disciplining the losing trash. I mean, the students a bit. It doesn't seem at all like discipline to me, not even the army does it this way nowadays. And so, please let it end on our end. There are events tomorrow as well, it would be too much for them if Professor Nicerwin punished them as well. No, I just came to praise you for doing a good job. Why do they think I'm here to punish them? Well, course that's 'cause of owner's normal antics. What the heck did I do? Look at where all those poor students re looking at with their heads in the ground. They're all staring at ya, owner. It can't be. But those nervous gazes, as if the kids were thinking exactly what Karen had said, brought an extreme sense of nervousness to me. What, wuzzies? What should I do? These kids aren't looking at me, they're looking at you. Why, yes, that it. There's no way that they'd be that scared of me. Yeah, right. If I'm the devil, owner's practically the evil god's avatar, ya know? No matter how you spin it, owner's a higher tier villain than I am. I'm not going to deny that I'm a villain, but this was all the result of me doing my best as a teacher. And end result of that was that the kids studied in a hellgate. This goddess Arcadia can guarantee. Owner's scarier to the kids than the evil god. To think that I would hear those words from this thing. You can stop now. No, we are all loser trash. We need to be punished more. It seemed that they were looking at me as if they feared something. Now just why are they doing this to me? Weren't they exactly like my old disciples back in the evil organization when I told them training was over for the day? What on earth would make them so nervous and scared? That's what they're saying, so I will punish them with due diligence. Even though Karen said so, it's still not a good look even if she is the vice president. No, on the contrary, it's worse, because she is the vice president. If the teachers were the ones to punish them, it could be seen as the whip of love to make them work harder, but being punished by student peers inside the academy can appear as an irrationality inside the inner workings of the school. This is the middle of the capital where a parent could come charging in without notice. Even though they're the ones that want to be punished, there's no way in hell the parents would believe it. No, if they did believe it, then that would mean that their children were full of the M attribute, so they wouldn't want to believe it. This leaves me with no choice. For only the future of the academy, I need to revert these perverts that seek punishment on their own. Go, Batman. It's a rue time, 3. Oui. That's a good mindset to have. Dan, can I punish ya? Now that we think of it, we think we fought quite well. Yes, we did. Yes. The bat waved her hand at the students as they immediately lifted their heads and filed out in quick time. If you lose tomorrow as well, then I'ma really punish you kids? You know I've got really good memory, right? I memorized all your faces. Woo. Train. No matter whether we live or die tomorrow, we will win. We must win. Today's losers left emanating a killing aura. And the next day, they brought back a truly overwhelming victory for Eugrasia. Ria El Nurmia's story. I actually was worried about the threat of Eugrasia. But the perpetual third place, and if you excluded Mercaria, which had no fighting power to speak of, Eugrasia was in all honesty dead last among the combat-orientated schools, and their reputation was worse than I had ever imagined. I did my hardest to explain the threat of Eugrasia to the student council and told them to prepare against them, but if you took it positively I was simply thorough, or in other words, an annoying first year, whose words fell on deaf ears. And the result of that was Eugrasia sweeping through every single one of the Imperial Festival's events right from day one. But still, that they'd bring out the Empire's youngest ever swordsmaster in the Imperial Festival. The being called a swordsmaster was just a single person, but you could never treat one as just that. They were monsters that could destroy your average brigade all by themselves. Unlike magicians or battle mages, whose fighting abilities dropped noticeably when they ran out of mana, swordsmasters could keep on moving even if they ran out of mana, as long as they had a sword in their hands. They were the symbol of victory for an ally, and fear for enemies. And that being was our enemy. If it's the Lisha House's Lady Eris. Since she's 17 now, that's almost an entire year faster than the Arista House's Sword Princess. The 4 great academies of the Empire were open to anyone under the age of 20. They were famous schools, and since there were also many rejected applicants, people even made multiple attempts to attend one of them. Even so, the majority of nobles enrolled at age 16, 17, and it wasn't like there weren't people like me who enrolled early at 15 years of age. Even if one was younger, if you had the talent to be accepted, then you had the right to attend. That was the kind of place the 4 great academies were. But still, even so. With a single exception, Archduke Heblain Runzir from the Sword Academy, Arusha, never had a swordmaster emerged among any student still studying at the academies. And even that Archduke Zir achieved that peak at the age of 23, as a 4th year on the verge of graduation. A first-year student, a teenager at that, becoming a swordsmaster is unprecedented in the history of the entire continent. The only similar case was the former youngest swordsmaster, the Sword Princess. But even the Sword Princess did not create that result with the status of a student, but as the Imperial Princess's personal bodyguard, while receiving all sorts of benefits. How was it that a student, and from the Summoner School of all things, ended up becoming a swordsmaster? And a God-class summoner at that? I have to fight 4 more years against a swordsmaster? This is actually... Are you having fun, owner? Of course. To be honest, I was far too disappointed. No matter that I had come to the academy to avoid mother's pressure on me to get married, but I had high expectations for the 4 schools called the Pillars of the Empire, or the Empire's future. But the reality was a pathetic level of education that couldn't even compare to the Empire's enemy that was an evil organization. When I looked at the children of nobility creating and scrapping over political factions instead of actually learning anything, I started to seriously wonder just why Howling couldn't beat the Empire. Although of course those worries vanished instantly when I thought of the instructor's disciples. And so as I lived day after day in disappointment without any stimulation, people who could excite me finally appeared. How could I not be happy about that? Owner, I'm asking you seriously, but are you a pervert? You're enjoying suffering hardship? They say that you can't move forward without trials and tribulations. Didn't the instructor tell us that? So, when owner had the trial and tribulation called the bat, did you move forward? Sometimes you have to retreat backwards in order to advance forwards. Though you wouldn't be saying that if you didn't use me as a sacrifice for said retreat. How noisy. Sometimes a small sacrifice is needed for the greater good. He was simply the emotional sacrifice to help his allies retreat. Although, I was actually kind of sorry for doing that to him as well. Because the thing called the bat was that sort of thing. Yes, it was the bat. I grew up while getting hit by the bat. Even if the enemy is a swordsmaster, the fear of death we experienced is different. But, the next day, a completely different turn of events unfolded compared to what I had expected. Kahog. Did you think? This was all it would take to stop me. Kahahaha. Was this all that Marcy's greatest genius had to offer? What the? I couldn't help but show a shocked expression, unlike my normal self. The plan was that over the week-long period of the Imperial Festival, I would start making an appearance in the events from day 3 onwards. Even if we had healers, they couldn't alleviate the mental stress. For the first 2 days where each event was only worth 1 point, Marcy's would use them mostly to scout out the enemy, and save my strength for future matches. But on day 1, we lost so overwhelmingly, I had to start participating a full day earlier than we expected, and that event was Capture the Flag. 6 people made up a single group to knock over the enemy's flag. Out of the 6 events on day 2, this was the only event worth 2 points. To earn those 2 points I also participated, and we destroyed teams from Mercaria and Arusha. And in the quarterfinals I ended up meeting a team from Eugrasia for the first time. But the opponents were all common no-names. And as you'd expect from non-famous students, all they did was summon their summoned beasts and charge in, and I easily knocked them down. Afterwards I froze their hands and feet with ice magic, and just as I reached my hand out to grab their flag, there was a boom, accompanied by a dreadful cackling. And as I saw the gleams in the eyes of the two people who had somehow managed to latch onto my ankles, a frigid shiver ran down my spine. They attacked their own hands and feet? I heard it was a common thing on the battlefield. When all the healers were dead, people that were bleeding out cauterized their own wounds with fire magic. Or when their bodies were imprisoned with ice magic, they would burn their own bodies with fire magic. But that was a battlefield with lives on the line. Losing a part of your body or some pain was a worthwhile trade for your life. But this was the Imperial Festival. Even if each respective academy's futures and profits were on the line, a student sacrificing a body part to escape was simply unfathomable. Wait, no, why isn't the return magic responding? If it's that much damage, that should be way more than enough for them to be called back. The magic tool, that once the wearer suffered a certain degree of pain or danger, would automatically teleport them to the healing tents. If you blew up your own hand, then surely that would be enough pain to teleport you to the healers? Foo, no matter how much of a genius you are, as I thought, you're still a brat. Did you think that we, the students of Eugrasia, that fought against the Silver Devil, would withdraw with just this tiny bit of pain? Pain? Did something hurt? I thought a mosquito bit my arm. Same here. The mosquitoes are making my arm itch. They're insane. It was an explosion big enough to tear off parts of their uniform, which had exceptionally good defense enchantments on them. Their arms were burnt enough that if you listened carefully, you could still hear the sizzling of burnt flesh. If there was someone in that state who could say that it was but a mosquito bite, you could not call them normal by any means. They're mad. These humans are all well and thoroughly insane. We actually went and lost yesterday. If we lose today as well, all we have left is to face off against the devil. I'd rather sell my soul to another devil and win instead. I can't fight against the Silver Devil. Yug? As I looked at those desperate shouts and deranged eyes, I felt that emotion for the first time since I left the organization. Scary. The emotion named fear. I need to dodge. The enemy is not strong. They are definitely weaker than I am. But I never thought, even once, that I could beat them. This was a human's instinct. Far beyond logic and emotion, pure, simple instinct was screaming at me to get away from here as far as possible. As my instincts decreed, I made haste to backstep as quickly as I could, but the two people that each had their hands on my ankles seemed to be having none of it. Where, do you think, you're going? You need to fall here for us. My ankles were gripped so tightly it actually hurt. This was the first time I'd seen someone this tenacious since number 1000's desire to eat. Hike. I'll just be on my way. Hey. So it's finally our turn to use this line. Although it was always bullshit whenever Professor Nicerwind said it, but this situation actually reminds me of it. Ugh. You're actually freezing your hands to my ankles? Their magics activated as they said some weird things. The cold air that emanated from their hands bound my ankles and their arms together with ice. You can come in whenever you want, but not when you leave. With those words, the two people's arms and my ankles became linked. Kill them, Surtur. Killing was strictly prohibited in the Imperial Festival. But right now, I might as well have lost half my reasoning. Calm down, owner. Even if they were to bind owner, they froze their own arms in the process. They froze a part of their own bodies as well, of course they would have made it weak. If it's my fire, it's not melting? Due to our unequal contract, Surtur couldn't harm me, his master, and so he tried to use his flames to melt the ice around my ankles, but the ice didn't melt. Freeze, and freeze evermore. Even if my hands may fracture and shatter, may the ice melt never again. These crazy motherfuckers? Just kill them all already. It's cold. I'm losing sensation in my legs, from my ankles downwards. But if it were these situations, I'd experienced these a number of times with the instructors training from hell. But, the only other time where I'd felt this degree of fanaticism was when Sia, my sunbae in the organization, talked about the instructor. Incredible, instructor. How did the instructor, no, sir instructor, manage to endure this degree of fanatic attachment? As opposed to my respect for the instructor, which was climbing ever higher, I was losing more and more feeling in my ankles. I don't know. I seriously don't know. At this point I'd much rather take some giant attack and get teleported back to the healers, but I did not want to spend a moment longer in the company of these people who were grinning like madmen while attached to my ankles. Burn, burn, burn and burn again. They are weak. But, they are more fearsome than any other. If I didn't kill them first, they could kill me. So I had to kill them first. Burn, burn even more. Burn everything. Owner, it's too dangerous. I closed my eyes, and what I brought up in my mind's eye was the giant sword that burned down an entire world. And so, burn, 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 cleanse the entire world. The small ember that lit up in my hand began to take a cohesive form. Levitine. And the form the flames took was that of a giant sword. Surtur's strongest weapon, the blade that ended an era of mythology. Oh. Pretty impressive? So what, it won't have any effect on the Silver Devil anyway. Well, true. This isn't the true Levitine. My contract with Surtur isn't fair enough for me to bring out the true Levitine. Even so, this is still a demonic weapon that borrowed Levitine's power. Despite the fact that I brought out a weapon that could rival a divine weapon, my two opponents were far too calm. This is your last chance. If you undo your magic now, your hands will stay attached to your wrists. It wasn't that Surtur couldn't melt the ice with his power. No matter how weakened he was, the reason that an archdevil Surtur couldn't destroy this ice was due to his contract that he couldn't damage my body. But, that didn't matter if I used this weapon personally. How frightening. But. Isn't it too late? What I fleetingly felt then was undoubtedly killing intent. Even if we were foes, there was only one place in this entire student festival that emanated killing intent. Die. Finish it. What came charging in were a giant grey wolf and a mid-rank wind elemental. Damn it. I instantly cut the grey wolf with Levitine and burned the wind elemental with fire. Damn it. This is bad. Including me, all of the Marcy's students in this round were all rated the greatest among the current crop of Marcy's students. In contrast, our enemies were a no-name team without a single famous name in sight. We were careless because of that. If I was reduced to this state because of just two people. The other Marcy's students, that might as well be flowers blooming in greenhouses, won't stand a chance against these madmen. Foo. I lost yesterday, so now if I lose to another academy, my life is no longer mine to forfeit. Ha ha ha. Same here. Well, to be accurate, our entire team is. Each and every one of the Eugrasia students that appeared were in tatters. But, out of the 6 original members of their team, not a single person had dropped out. Meaning. So, if we beat you. The next round is against Eugrasia, so we don't need to meet the Silver Devil. So that we can live, die. Block it, Surtur. Not a single one of them could be described as normal in any shape or form. Like an ancient warrior, where before battles they would be fed a drug that turned them all into berserkers. Unrelenting attacks that cared not for their allies. In the middle of the melee where it would not have been odd for my enemies to be teleported to the healers due to Levitine's flames, in the end, I was defeated. From inside the light of the magic, I heard a voice that seemingly couldn't understand. Just, why? They actually won. I think they really are insane. What was shown to us on the live broadcast was something not even I could ever have imagined. Lady Nurmia is out. Marcy's secret weapon, the genius of the Nurmia family, Lady Rhea has been defeated. And with that, semi-final A has been confirmed as Eugrasia versus Eugrasia. And we have the unbelievable situation where even the B semi-final is a Eugrasia versus Eugrasia matchup. That number 17, which was deemed a monster in Howling, the evil organization, lost. And not even against Nurkia or Eris, or even Risen or any of the student council members, but to ordinary students. They absolutely nuts, to be honest with ya, when they froze their hands along with her ankles even I flinched as well. To think they'd do something even evil organizations don't do nowadays. Sacrificing yourself to kill the enemy, or to otherwise render them incapable of further combat. These mutually assured destruction tactics were once used very frequently by villains against heroes or their ilk in the past, but it is hard to see nowadays from modern villains who are very sensitive to their own interests. Heck, you can even tell by modern manga. In the past, 5 Ku 1. Who sacrificed himself and got shot by Ali of death. 2. Along with his brother and died for the sake of the world, but as time went on and he evolved into 6 Ku and used the Earth as the stake to fight against galaxy-destroying people, it's a very accurate reflection of how a pure human loses oneself to one's desires. And so, O Supreme Leader Zie-sama, 3, please kill 6 Ku. ASAP. Owner, I got no idea what you're thinking of, but you're not gonna check the other event results? No point, there's nothing we could possibly lose in other than this event. The events in the first half of the Imperial Festival are small-scale events suitable for showing off individual prowess. Even the numbers participating per event are small, 5 to 7, tops. Compared to the siege-type events on the last day where every single student participates, it's easy to accurately analyze the enemy's power levels. Meaning, I didn't even need to bother looking at how the other events went. With the remainder's abilities, there's no way they could stop Eugrasia's victory. But can't there be some will plot twist that completely tilts Owner's mental off the ends of the earth? And on the flip side, do you think anyone from other schools could fight like our kids just now? Nope. No matter how much I thought about it, Marcy's lineup was overwhelmingly stacked in this last match. My former disciple, 4 members of the student council, and the last member was also a nicknamed famous student. Compared to them, our team was simply a gathering of yesterday's losers. Going by pure firepower alone, it wouldn't be odd for my ex-disciple to just summon Search and go on a 1v6 massacre. But she made 3 critical errors. Firstly, she didn't finish them off with her first attack. Even when her legs were tied down, if she'd continued attacking she would have been able to win before she was summoned out. Secondly, she was too flustered when her ankles were caught. I'm sure I told her that you can't just reveal your emotions like that in life. To be honest, the looks on our students' faces were kinda even from my point of view, but even so, you can't lose your composure that openly. And finally, she didn't attack immediately even after summoning Levitine. If only this I drilled into them over and over again in the organization. If you have the time to kindly explain, then just do it. Act first, report later. Isn't that the basics of combat? Don't they say that the ability to listen is more important than the ability to talk? When a protagonist is surprised by a villain's new attack and says how, then I can guarantee out of the ones that reply, since you're going to die anyway, I will tell you as a parting gift. I have never seen any of them survive. But we won 'cause of that. Ain't that good? That it is. But, seeing my ex-disciple do something that stupid, I'm disappointed. Would you say that looking back, I was too weak on them? Owner, I'm being serious here. If you run the kids' education any harder than this, they're going to kill themselves? It's alright. Whenever they feel like suicide I can just send you out. Just what do you think I am, Owner? An all-purpose stick that can solve every problem under the sun. And you're damn right. The one that can do anything and everything, that is this goddess Arcadia's Powa. Although the stick turned into a goddess somewhere down the line, it's true that after this thing was completed, I did solve all my problems with it. Yep. Well, leave it to me. This Lady Aru will treat all the bad kitties who've lost the will to live. Very good, you sound as reliable as Raccoon Man, hero of justice. 4. Now, the moment the students lose, I have a reason to raise the difficulty of the academy even higher. Number 13, their story, Rhea El Nurmia's story. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a white ceiling. I lost. As I stared blankly at the ceiling, I listened to the background sounds of my surroundings. This was the treatment center for the Imperial Festival. I was here because I lost to the Eugrasia students. I lost. And to students whose names weren't even well known. I lost. Owner. Those were not students. They are lunatics. You don't need to beat yourself up over it. No, I need to. I didn't even lose to people stronger than me, they were weaker than me. And even before we started fighting, I lost to their pressure, and was scared. I prided myself on having been trained beyond human limits in the organization. I experienced the Imperial magic bombardment from the very beginning, and the moment I escaped I was put through all sorts of different training regimes without a moment's rest. Even when it was just number 1000 and I left, we were trained to survive at high altitudes, the middle of the ocean, a desert, all sorts of different biomes you'd be hard-pressed to encounter in the Empire. And as for the maze that the instructor created, to survive while getting the living daylights beaten out of us by the bat-wielding ex-disciple of the instructor, no, to avoid getting beaten by the bat, we tried our hardest to survive. When you compared my life now to what it was back then, right now is the much better environment. From my bed being wherever I put my head down, to the luxurious bed I was lying in now. From an environment where I fought tooth and nail against my cohorts just to eat, to where I could eat anything I wanted, whenever I wanted. From an environment where I wasn't even treated like a human, to a life where I was respected by all as a daughter of a prestigious noble family. I have gotten weak. This wasn't a matter of skill. In such an overwhelmingly good environment, my mental fortitude had gotten far, far too weak. If it was me from 2 years ago, I could definitely have beaten them. If it was the me from 2 years ago, when the two of them had fallen, clutching onto my ankles, I would have ended them right then and there. I hit them with an attack an ordinary person wouldn't have gotten back up from, but an unordinary person could. What if my enemy had been number 1? What if my enemy had been number 1000, whose food was on the line? I would definitely have broken both their legs, both their arms, and even that wouldn't reassure me enough, so I'd shackle them with magic restraining cuffs, and put down a magic formation over them as well. But I didn't do any of that. In a corner of my heart, the feeling that this place was different from what I had experienced made me weak. No, to be accurate, it made me conceited. Eugrasia is different from the other people on the outside that I knew. Those people are the same as me. They were all people that had something they feared worse than death. Although I don't want to believe that. As the wooden bat was to me, something similar also resided in Eugrasia. When I thought over it, they did not fear losing in itself. They feared that after they lost, they would meet with this so-called silver devil. In that case, I will also return to what I used to be. I'd already shown off enough of my pathetic side. If the instructor could see me now, he'd probably be thinking that his education methods up till now had been too lenient, and was deliberating over it. And he would have shown me some other hell I had yet to experience. Once again, I will revert to myself of the past. Myself of the days back when I would struggle and flail purely to survive. Myself of the days back when I fought with my life on the line, all for the sake of a single meal. And the next day, 3 days into the Imperial Festival, for the first time, I managed to steal away a victory from Eugrasia. Number 14, their story, a certain student council president's story. Damn it. Day 3 of the Imperial Festival. Our goal of a total victory was shattered. And moreover, with the loss of our most trustworthy card, Lady Eris. This, young Lady Nurmia. Incredible, simply incredible. We knew that she was a daughter of the Nurmia family, a long-established family of magicians, but who knew how splendid her swordsmanship was. And she's also the master of the Archdevil Search, a summon that won't fall behind to Lady Eris's. And with this, 3 days into the Imperial Festival, the undefeated Eugrasia have finally recorded their first loss. Who knew she'd move into close combat against a swordsmaster? With close combat skills better than most battle mages, top-class firepower even amongst magicians, and a splendid ability to be able to utilize both skill sets. Who could possibly think of young Lady Nurmia as just a 15-year-old girl? I honestly didn't think of defeat. Just yesterday, the young lady of the Nurmia family had lost to a bunch of third-year Eugrasia students that were considered some of the weakest among their cohort. Rumors had it that she was Marcy's secret weapon, but after yesterday's victory, we saw her as just another immature brat. Why had we forgotten? That she was someone who Professor Nicerwin personally approached to scout to Eugrasia on the grounds that he saw aptitude for summoning in her. She, young Lady Nurmia, completely changed in a single day. No, to be accurate, you could say that she showed her true colors. The moment we saw her fight, we realized. She was the same as us. Only those who had experienced hell, and struggled with their all, would have those eyes and actions. Compared to men, women were at a disadvantage in the Imperial Festival, which was broadcasted around the entire empire. Because compared to men, women have fewer freedoms in terms of their marriage. And especially among Marcy's and old Eugrasia, where many noble girls enrolled, there were multiple cases where they forfeit winnable events to preserve their image. Not even a man of Arusha who trained in the sword would roll around in the dirt to avoid enemy blades out of their sense of pride, and yet she did it. Moreover, the areas on her uniform where Lady Eris's blade had nicked her showed her wounds and soft white inner skin, yet she cared not one bit about any of it and charged right in. That was the appearance of a warrior who had overcome death, which was for some reason familiar. Lady Eris was shocked momentarily by this revelation, and was immediately sucked into the young Lady Nurmia's pace, and eventually lost to her. That was amazing. Who knew that a magician would deliberately throw herself into a swordsmaster's range and duke it out with swords? What's more amazing is her change overnight. She brought out Surtur sword Levitine yesterday as well, but she didn't use it properly then, did she? Yep, even if it was fake, it had still drawn upon the power of the original. You could die if something went wrong. But this time, there was no sign of those weaknesses. Was it because her opponent was Lady Eris? That she won't die because she's a swordsmaster? You idiot, can't you read the mood? She's completely different from yesterday. She's definitely like us. It is, but how? That's impossible in Marcy's, which only has brats. Does that mean that House Nurmia trains them? It feels like what we'd gone through? Her grandfather's one of the lords of the magic tower, so it could be on that side, too. Damn it, that's the Empire's high-ranking nobles for you. That's exactly what you'd expect from the highest family among the counts. We truly were just frogs in the well. The outside world is full of monsters like the Silver Devil. As I looked at the other students shiver in fear, I couldn't say anything. Because in all honesty I was scared too. Excuse me, Prez. Ah, Lady Seer. As I felt the fear of the world, Lady Seer, who always accompanied Lady Eris, approached me. President, I wish to visit Eris in the healer's tent, will it be all right? Ah, yes, I'll come with you. Lady Eris had been hit point blank by her enemy's lightning magic, and was sent to the healers. Checking on the injuries of one of our most powerful members was a matter of course for me as the student council president. And so after a few more student council members decided to come along, and we approached the location where Lady Eris was. I'll be taking my leave now. Lady Seer, who, at the front, had been the first to open the door and enter, turned around and started running without looking back. See, Seer? Seer. Followed by Lady Eris's desperate pleas. Slam. You know what it was, right? Yep, I do. At least her healing's guaranteed. The moment I heard that voice, I didn't even bother looking inside, and slammed the door shut immediately. Hee height. Unia. Now let's spend some sweet quality time, just the two of us. And, Nuu. As we had expected, that person No, Devil had arrived before us and did exactly what we expected her to do, as she made it so that we could hear the screams that we heard so often in Eugrasia, at the healers' tents of the Imperial Festival as well. Eris Real Leashes. Story. The sword key that blazed like flames clashed against a sword that was literally a flame in and of itself. Although her swordsmanship skills are so unbelievably good you wouldn't imagine she was a magician, her basic stances are wrong. The way she moves her sword is definitely that of someone who knows how to fight. It seemed that she'd been taught by a very skilled swordsman, but apparently not for long. A year at least, 5 years at most. My enemy's movements were ones that knew the key elements of swordsmanship, but her body couldn't follow that knowledge through. Pierce, lightning. But none of that mattered. The enemy was a magician. A person who used magic, not a sword. You could say that it was bizarre that she was capable of a level of swordsmanship this high to begin with. Burn, freeze, ravage, judgment. And after an exchange with her amazing sword skills, she quickly casted spells as if to prove that she was a magician. And moreover, the magic she were all casting consecutively were all of different elements. One would normally use the same element of magic to be able to retain a constant image in your mind in order to bring forth that element, yet despite casting different elements in succession, she was not making a single mistake. Cuff? I dodged the fireball, tanked away the ice with my spear arm and cut down the wind blade, but I couldn't avoid the final electric shock that was sent through the ground. This child, she's fighting while predicting everything. Be careful, Eris. This isn't an ordinary enemy. I know. The first thing she had done in the match was to freeze the ground. At first I thought she had been aiming for the moment where I would slip due to the unstable terrain. Let alone swords, the fact that the lower body is important in the use of literally every weapon is something everyone knows. And restricting that to create an advantageous situation was something I'd been subject to numerous times in Eugrasia. Learning from my multiple experiences so far, I thought I could deal with it, but my opponent added lightning magic on top of that, and turned the situation into something completely new. She used the iced-up ground to constantly send a weak but stable electric current through my feet. I'm using too much mana. Sword auras use an unbelievable amount of mana compared to simple sword ki. Even if I coated just the tip of your spear in sword aura, the amount of mana that I used was just simply massive. And when I combined that expenditure with what I used to protect myself against my opponent's lightning attacks, even my massive mana pool started to run dry. Wouldn't it be better to switch back to using spear ki and going for an extended fight? No, I can't hold out against Levitine with just spear ki alone. Her magic was bad enough to deal with, but Levitine, which was even tanking spear or infused attacks, was making this battle very difficult for me. Especially. Why isn't the floor ice melting when that thing's radiating that much heat? Every time spear and sword met, even at a distance I could feel my sweat evaporate in the heat the sword emanated, and yet it couldn't melt the ice on the ground at all. That's a demonic blade that set a world on fire. That's a weapon on par with a divine weapon. Setting its attack targets according to the wielder's will is a simple task for it. Eris, you don't turn to stone yourself when you use my shield, now do you? That's not reassuring at all though? The goddess's words that she said as if it was obvious, was not at all helpful. Is it just me in feeling that this goddess is a lot more useless than I thought she was? Eris, I think I felt a very blasphemous intent from you just now, above you. Hap. Quaha. The fire giant screamed as he was cleaved into two parts at the waist and was desummoned. But at the same time, a small wound was added to my own flank. KGGHH. So close. That last attack was seriously meant to kill me. If I hadn't twisted away to the side at the last second, I could have been the one to get cut into two halves. And the only reason why only my side was injured was because I dodged, but my opponent unleashed wind blades at my arms, legs, even my neck. Isn't the neck a bit too dangerous? You're a swordsmaster, aren't you? You won't die just from that? She smirked as she said in an emotionless voice. She was definitely not like this during yesterday's match, but it felt like she was a completely different person entirely. Do you have no intention of maintaining etiquette as a noble? I ranked higher than her in both age and title, and I rebuked her oh-so-placid words, but my opponent simply smiled. You talk too much. You think I don't know you're trying to heal up? TCH. And she immediately continued on her offensive. I tried to stall for time with conversation, but my opponent would not allow it. I can smell the scent of eugracia from that child. I don't know what that scent might smell like, but for some reason I think I understand. My opponent's attacks didn't befit someone who belonged to the Nurmia family, one of the famous names in the Empire in terms of magical prowess. Unlike the Nurmia dogma which focused on a single overwhelming attack, her attacks focused on swift counterstrikes and close combat with Levitine. And her skillful use of her summon, Archdevil Surtur, as a shield, or using him as a disposable tool in order to land a single effective attack felt like fighting a villain you might see in novels or old fairy tales. Moreover. Hap. An unavoidable attack. And yet my opponent avoided it. What the? Before I was a martial artist, before I was a noble, I was first a woman. And so, I have never rolled around on the ground to evade attacks except against the Silver Devil. Moreover, this was the Imperial Festival. This was being broadcasted across the entire empire, and highlight reels from key events were even saved. And in that Imperial Festival, in front of everyone, she showed herself rolling headfirst on the ground to avoid my spear. Do you have no pride? Can pride fill your belly? She coldly spat out those words with a smile, without even bothering to dust off the dirt on her hair. What the? But my opponent didn't stop attacking even in the middle of a conversation. A frigid gust instantly swept through the battlefield. Even if, supposedly skilled magicians or battle mages could activate their magic regardless of what they actually said, and if even more skilled, could omit the chant entirely, and activate magic solely with their willpower. But what kind of keyword was, can pride fill your belly, for such a large-scale spell? Just this much. I barely cleared away the frosty winds, when I saw a sword of fire flying towards my face. Are you actually trying to kill me? That wasn't a magic attack. That was the fire sword, Levitine she'd been wielding this entire time, and she threw it at my face. Aegis. Surtur. The moment I quickly summoned the goddess's shield to block the Levitine toss, a giant shadow appeared above my head. You asshole Onir. Unlike his appearance, the giant that was falling with his entire body wreathed in fire gave me the impression of a moth diving into flames. Don't make me laugh. I clutched onto Aegis with my right hand, and threw my spear high into the sky with my left. Kuwug. The fire giant screamed as he was pierced by a spear coated in spear aura. And at the same time, I could feel the power of Levitine weaken on the opposite side of my shield. This is the end. No matter how fast she could resummon, the fire giant was out of commission for the foreseeable future. And since she'd also throw Levitine, right now she was empty-handed. If I could land this attack, then I could finish her off in a single. This is the end. Ugh. But before that, a powerful electric shock spread through my entire body. What? With movements that made me doubt her status as a magician, she closed the distance between us and fired off lightning magic at point-blank range. And again. KRRGHH. Eris. Rumors had it that there were battle mages trained and specializing in assassination. Was this what it felt like to fight one of them? She threw Levitine to make me lift up my shield and cover my own line of sight, and summoned her fire giant to make me look upwards. While my attention was diverted, she moved into my blind spot and hit me with lightning magic at point-blank range. And even after that she didn't let her guard down, and kept on using lightning magic again and again. KGHHH. The most common reason to use lightning magic was to induce paralysis. My entire body was electrocuted, making it hard for me to even swing my spear properly. How long can you hold out, I wonder? Yut. I can't lose. This is the final. For the sake of Eugrasia's total victory, I cannot lose here. You've held out pretty well, but this is the end. Gwahawk. A powerful electric shock crashed into my body, strong enough to even make me, who was familiar with pain, scream out loud. And Yuwu. When I opened my closed eyes, what I saw was a white ceiling. I lost? An indescribable emotion flooded through my entire body. Eris, it's okay. HRK. I wanted to cry. We all thought that Eugrasia's total victory was all but a given, but I was the one to create that stain on our records. And in the event worth the most points out of the first 3 days as well. That was far, far too infuriating. I could have won. She was strong compared to anyone from any academy. But I still had no reason to lose. But it didn't mean that you could definitely win either. Yes, I know. But that's what's making me angrier. I worked so hard for half a year, I struggled and flailed and screamed to survive. But I still lost. How long, how hard did I work to avoid the Silver Devil? But I still lost. It's not fair. It's infuriating. It's the first time that losing made me this angry. To the point where I understand what it means to want to win, even if you have to sell your soul to the devil. I was angry, so angry. I said something I should never, ever have said. Eris. You can't say such things. The goddess shouted in a panic, but it was already too late. Those words, I heard them loud and clear. No. The voice that came into my ears was that of a certain unforgettable devils. You don't have to turn me down. Owner said that if I went right about now, then Uni'd be saying things like that, and he was right. When I turned my head, what came into my view was the Silver Devil, coming closer to me one step at a time with a bright smile on her face. Eris, is your body feely, huh? And behind me, the door opened and the person I saw was my bestie. Seer, help. I'll see myself out. Seer's eyes met mine once, then the Silver Devil's eyes once, and then she speedily left the room. Seer? Seer. I desperately called for Seer, but no reply came back. No, on the contrary, someone closed the door quickly enough for it to slam shut. Hello? Is there anyone there? Seer? Seer. Please. Is there anyone out there? I saw you behind Seer. Is it you, Prez? Or someone else from the student council? Please take me away from here. Hi. Unia, no matter how you beg or pwed, no one th gonna come. Let's spend some sweet vin time, just the two of us. Nu. You said you wanted to win even if you sold your soul to the devil. This wasn't what I wanted. And so, as I felt the touch of the Silver Devil's fists for the first time in a while, I could swear to myself again that I would never, ever lose again. Although for a completely different reason compared to the beginning. A certain student council president, too, story. Eugrasia had gone insane. Die. Die, all of you. Oi, you crazy little shit. You have your allies here as well. How is that my problem? All of you can go die. Getting knocked out by you lot is probably better for them than being done in by me either way. We were nowhere near an ocean, yet a giant tidal wave swept us all away, regardless of friend or foe. It's a trap, idiots. When it seemed like they'd finally go down, they'd forcibly explode their remaining mana and take at least one other person with them. Die, die, die. Wait a second. We really are going to die. Lady Eris? Lady Eris? Listen to people when they're talking to you. Lady Eris swung her spear with emotionless eyes. But a solid spear aura had formed on the tip of her spear. If any of us were to get hit by that, we're dead. What the heck is this? No, stop it. No. Hey, now. Despair, despair, and despair even more. Even though it's nothing compared to what we have to suffer through. The trickster even used mental attacks by pulling out all sorts of bizarre shit and traumatizing the female students. Just what the hell do they all take the Imperial Festival for? No matter how important performance at the Imperial Festival was for the 4 great academies, there were lines that you simply shouldn't cross as a human. And yet they were all crossing that line far too easily. What was even scarier, though, was that they were actually staying within the rules of the Imperial Festival, albeit barely. A judge had already come down to intervene several times, before eventually deciding that there had been no breaches of the rules. We all felt that was so unfair that we combed through the rules of the Imperial Festival, but Eugrasia had never actually cheated. Although each and every one of their cases were treading an extremely thin, borderline non-existent line. The next event is. Everyone looked away from me. The first round of the next event had us up against Eugrasia from the very beginning. Since none of them had any decent results against Eugrasia, no one wanted to go up against Eugrasia. Everyone has to go up against them in the team events tomorrow anyway. I'll do it tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow. So for today, let's have someone else, Let's use the first years as a sacker. I mean, the first years need experience, after all. Yep. I'm a 4th year, so I'm gone next year. What about letting the first years get some experience since they have to participate next year as well, Prez? Was it because that there were very few first years on the student council? These assholes without a conscience were wanting to sacrifice the first years. Will it be possible to win with the first years? The true beginning of our Imperial Festival isn't too far off. If we get a lot of points on the final day, we could even win the whole thing. Bang! I slammed my fist down onto the scoreboard in front of me, and everyone flinched at the sound. Day 4 of the Imperial Festival. But the number of points we had didn't change. Arusha, 0 points. Marcy's, 7 points. Eugrasia, 34 points. Mercaria, 0 points. Do you lot still want to avoid fighting even with this ridiculous losing margin? At my words, everyone said at the same time. Yes. Yep, I get you. Even I participated from day 3. And I lost to a nameless first-year student. I don't know whether they've all been doped up on something, their style of charging in without regard for their own safety is a problem, but their individual skills are just way better than us, President. Yes, they're all insane. 5 God-class summoners out of the first years alone? Does that even make any sense to you? God-class summoners are hard to come by even in the Imperial armies, but there are 5 of them among their first years. Starting with the goddess of war, Athena, the god of thunder, Thor. The evil god Azidahaka, said to be able to use 1,000 magics, the emissary of the gods, Hermes. And even the god of fire, Apollo. What's certain is that this amount of power can't possibly be concentrated in just a single academy. They've gotten way too strong in a single year. Just what the heck happened? Did the Eugrasia students really get that much stronger with the addition of just a single teacher, Professor Nicerwin? No, their skills aside, isn't it weird that their personalities all changed? Yeah, Professor Nicerwin is someone even the elves, famous as they are for their noble-mindedness, took in. They're learning from a person like him, there's no way he could be the reason they all went insane. True. Did that mean that Professor Nicerwin taught them the skills, and their personalities were raised by someone else? Now that I think about it, I heard that they had some veteran army summoners go in to teach at Eugrasia. That it? Then everything makes perfect sense. As expected of the military, they can make people throw away their humanity for the sake of victory. One by one, the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Their skills were thanks to Professor Nicerwin's knowledge of summoning, and their fighting strategies were taught by the veteran soldiers that even fought in the Great War. If it were the Imperial Army's soldiers, famous for being strong and merciless towards their enemies, the way they charged in as if their lives were on the line made sense. But, what's this about a silver devil? Did one of them make a contract with the devil or something? But that many people can't all make a contract at once, can they? Isn't that the thing that the Eugrasia kids are scared of? Yeah, even against me, they all stuck to me saying that death was better than the silver devil. I heard even Lady Eris murmuring it, too. Even Lady Eris? Even someone from the 10 great families is fearing it as well? It seemed that all the pieces were falling into place, bar that final piece. We couldn't understand just what the final keyword, the silver devil, was supposed to be. Fine, but still, we are Arusha. The first and foremost out of the 4 great academies. Although we're in last place right now. To be precise, 0 points. Tying with Mercaria, 7 points behind Marcy's. And a whopping 34 points behind Eugrasia. Wow, they're almost 5 times ahead of second place Marcy's. And even there, it's basically young Lady Nurmia basically winning everything by herself. As I looked at the other students lose motivation again, I sighed. Unlike the beginning of the festival, everyone had no motivation at all. But I am Arusha's student council president. It is my duty to lead the students to do our best in the Imperial Festival. Alright. I will take point in tomorrow's matches. Is there anyone brave enough to face Eugrasia together with me? At my shout, the other students chose to reply with silence. No, one? Nod nod. Everyone nodded their heads. Really? Nod nod. Their expressions questioned why I was even asking. Oh, come on you guys. And in the end, in every match where Eugrasia was concerned, we chose the members by drawing straws. Number 17, their story, a certain villain's story. Damn it. I think the 2 of us are the only ones left. Even if it was the Empire, there were still plenty of back alleyways where petty thieves did their work. And in one of those alleyways, 2 men were breathing heavily as they talked, dressed in clothes that if a certain Eugrasia teacher saw them, would say that's definitely someone from an evil organization like Howling. Damn it, it was a perfect plan. To think the academy called Eugrasia would pull off something that insane. These 2 were members of the anti-Empire army, while not all that famous, still had a long and distinguished history behind them. But right now, they were simply fugitives on the run from the Imperial net. Who knew the signal that would announce the beginning of our cause would be the signal that announced the empire of our existence? But thanks to that, we got a useful piece of information. What is it? The Imperial Crown Prince is currently suffering from an unknown illness. What? At one man's words, the other shouted loudly as if he had forgotten for a moment that he was a fugitive. My mistake. Is that true? Yes, it is a highly credible rumor. Apparently when the Crown Prince found out about our existence, he jumped for joy saying that he would have more companions with him on the path to the underworld. Is that so? It isn't like that the Crown Prince of the Empire could be killed off by someone, after all. Yes. The men who knew nothing about the fact that the Crown Prince's life was held at the whims of his older sister ingrained the fact that the Crown Prince was suffering from an unknown illness firmly into their heads. Then should we change our priority target from the Crown Prince, who's going to die anyway, to the Ignal Nel Caruan, loser of the North? It seems we will have to. But Ignal Nel Caruan is currently away training his army in the North, so it seems that it will be hard for us to touch him right now. Indeed. And since the one who wouldn't give an inch to either of them, Aisha Nel Caruan, isn't in the Empire right now either. It seems we will have to stick to our original target of assassinating the Emperor. The 2 of them nodded, not realizing that they were making a massive misunderstanding. But to do that, we need to escape the encirclement of the Empire and contact headquarters. We will split up here. Yes, understood. The 2 people nodded and ran in opposite directions to each other. Ka. But one of them didn't get very far before he was caught by his pursuers. Damn it. You Imperial dog. Dog? I'm not a dog? You devils that would do anything and everything for your empire. Empire. I'm just earning my keep for tasty meals? The man thought this petite pursuer was not in their right mind. But compared to how insane his opponent was, they were far too powerful. Anti-Empire Army, I am Marcy's Hail Rhea. I'm going to have to borrow you, for my snacks this week. KGGHH, do you think I'll go down so easily, Imperial Dog? I'm telling you. I'm not a dog. And thus, unbeknownst to anyone, a fight broke out in a back alleyway of the Empire. Number 18, their story, a certain terminal patient's story. You can lift your head. No, elder sister. I always liked bowing my head down. Elder sister suddenly returned. No, she'd given advance warning, so it wasn't really sudden, but my heart wasn't ready for it. Can I take it to mean that you don't want to look into my face? No, elder sister. How would I dare to not face my heavenly elder sister's countenance? Then raise your head. I'm scared. In all honesty, I am in no situation to look elder sister face to face directly. Yes. But it's elder sister's orders. If I don't obey, I die. But I think I'm going to die even if I do. I really do have no hope left. So, my brilliant little brother. Have you found AST? What I saw when I lifted my head was elder sister smiling brightly, and Sir Rhea turning her face slightly sideways as if she couldn't bear to watch any more. Ah, as I thought, I'm going to die. I have not managed to find him yet. Really? Then die. It felt like I could hear elder sister's next words echo in my head. I found him. Yes? Those words made me doubt my ears for a second. You found him? Yes. Elder sister's expression was that of someone who was very happy, and also very angry at the same time. And he was in a place where I'd never expected to find him either. Where is it? Right now, I had ample cause to mobilize all the soldiers under my command. Right now, elder sister was like a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. If there was a way to get that dragon to slumber peacefully once again, I have to do everything I can to achieve it. If I don't, I worked so hard to become crown prince, but I'm going to die. There. West. In the direction where elder sister's finger was pointing towards, I thought of the cities within the empire and the nations beyond the empire's borders. Nope, a bit closer. Is he inside the empire? But even closer than that. Where is he? Despite having an extremely bad premonition of what was about to happen, I asked anyway, and the answer I got back was outrageous. Eugrasia. What the hell? I heard many things about the man named AST, and met him in person a few times as well, and he was a crazy motherfucker, more of a lunatic than rumors could ever hope to describe. Not anyone else, but my elder sister of all people was chasing after him, and he chose to hide away in one of the 4 great academies, right in the shadow of the imperial palace. And he still hadn't gotten caught either. He was playing teacher. Under the name Nyserwinine. Nyserwinine, is that man AST? I can't not be horrified at this. Nyserwinine is a giant in the field of summoning, famous throughout the empire. Even I'd heard the news that that person had gone into Eugrasia. That kind of person came to Eugrasia, and yet you didn't bother to check? I was kind of busy. More accurately, I was running circles everywhere looking for traces of AST, the man himself, so all I did was send a messenger with a letter of thanks. As I thought, I can no longer trust my little brother. Hayek. Am I really going to die here? Since I missed him right under my nose, I'm really going to die? For a moment all sorts of thoughts rushed through my head. My father, His Imperial Majesty, was said to have become the emperor, eating and drinking and making merry. I have no idea why my life must be at risk even despite becoming crown prince. And so, as I was contemplating over my final regrets. So, I will deal with this myself. Sister, are you going to spare me? Who knows? At her expression that seemed to be genuinely deliberating, in the end I begged and pleaded and eventually convinced her to spare me on the grounds of my role in preventing AST from noticing something amiss happening. Hooray! I'm saved. I'm saved. For some reason it feels like I just got dunked in a mud pool. In it, 'cause the students re-cussing owner out? No, that's normal. My ears don't even itch anymore. It can't be helped. To begin with, The teachers hated most by students were the ones that were always the ones that were most proactive for them. The best teachers as a student are the ones that don't care no matter what you're doing. The teachers that don't yell at you to cut your hair, or sleep during class are never cursed at. But teachers like me, who look after their students with love and diligence, are always hated. "Why the hell are you sticking your nose in my business?" they say. These young students still don't appreciate that this is all part of a teacher's dedication and affection. But once they graduate, those teachers are the ones that last the longest in their minds. The ones that would hit them, yell at them, and despite all that, see them the most. Yeah, nup, nah. I guarantee you, once those kids graduate, they won't even look anywhere near where owner is. It is common sense that disciples do not tread on even their master's shadows, nor may they look them in the eye. Wait, that wasn't what I meant. I ignored the metal bat's face that reeked of some frustration of some sort, and checked Eugrasia's scoreboard again. Arusha, 0 points. Marcy's, 7 points. Eugrasia, 34 points. Mercaria, 0 points. Ka, beautiful. But owner's ex-disciple still worky really hard and got 7 points. She did. I really wanted to bring her over, out of everyone else. Number 17 left a deep impression on everyone as she powered up like a protagonist, and struggled on her own to bring 2 victories to Marcy's. But now she should be approaching her limits as well. There are 9 events left. Since the final siege event lasts the entire day, she needs to win the majority of the events in these last 2 days in order for Marcy's to even have a hope of overturning Eugrasia's lead. Even for number 17, that's impossible. Unless the last day was worth 100 points like some of the old variety shows I watched, it's impossible for them to win. Because since most of the events took place alongside each other, the most events someone could participate in a day was 2 at the absolute most. Even if she takes out 2 wins per day, there will be no way that could make a comeback. Was what I'd been thinking until just yesterday. Owner, it's something you say a lot. Cut your foot on your trusted axe. That's a really good phrase for this, you know? Perhaps the admins of the Imperial Festival were going crazy, but the match timetables we got at lunch were weird. All of today's events are worth 10 points each. The first day's events of the Imperial Festival were worth 1 point. Out of the 6 events of the second day, 1 was worth 2 points and the rest were worth 1 point. On the third day, there were 6 events, similar to the second day. But they were worth twice as many points at 2 points each, and the event that number 17 won was worth 4 points. And yesterday's events were worth 3 points each, with 1 being worth 6. But each event is worth 10 points, from day 5 onwards? If one were to win just 2 events, wouldn't that put them within range of a comeback victory? Where the hell did the equal for all Imperial Festival go to? Owner, if that's what you're gonna complain about, then the Mercaria kids'll probably have more to say on that than you do. They're just here to make up the numbers so they're not important. They're boring as well. The Imperial Festival's gone boring, cause Eugrasia as well. You know how boring an event that's already got a winner is? The gamblers especially are probs going nuts right now. Although the people that bet on Eugrasia are probably kicking up more of a storm than them. Like owner? Yes, like me. In the end, I bet 5,000 gold on odds of 15 to 1 at a secret gambling den. Although of course it was unofficial. The official odds actually exceed a whopping 100 to 1, but the amount of gold you can bet is too small, and it also has the drawback that you need to go retrieve the money in person from the Imperial Treasury offices. Rather than running the risk of getting caught, a place where I wouldn't get caught, and was much more profitable despite the smaller odds was better for me. If I win, 75,000 gold. If it's that much then at least I'll break even on my investment. If owner gets rich then I'll get to eat all the tasty things I want too. The metal bat beside me was just as excited as I was. But for a metal stick, just why the heck was it so fixated on finding things to eat? No, I've asked this question several times before, but how is it even eating? That's a secret. Yes, yes. I nodded my head and looked over today's event schedule. 1 individual event, and 3 team events. What was particularly noteworthy was that 2 of those team events were massive ones involving over 100 people from each school. If it's a team event there'll be a couple of academies that think they might have a chance. The most formidable opponent is as always, Marcy's. Number 17 and her winning streak in the events she appeared in from day 3 onwards was of course a problem in itself, but if over 100 people all concentrated their firepower on us, then our side could expect significant casualties as well. If it's number 17 who's back to normal, then before all her teammates become useless, she'd have them squeeze out all their mana and launching long-range bombardments. Stuco Prezel probs be a necessity to stop that kind of barrage? But we don't know which event she'll appear in. Eris wanted a rematch against number 17, but she failed to get one yesterday. We thought she'd show up in the 6-point match, but she showed up in the 3-point match and defeated the Vice President Karen to take 3 points. Moreover, since all the events today were worth 10 points, it was impossible to predict where number 17 would appear based on the point allocations alone. Well, things would hardly go a different way. Even a certain cheat rabbit took 8 volumes before he fought against the heroine again, after all. 1. Enough Aya Bull's height and work, owner. Yes, yes. The Imperial Festival was a match between academies, not between students. And thus the roles of the teachers weren't to say, we've taught you all up till now, so get out there and fight, and kick back and watch, but look through records of past events based off what events the students were going to be participating in, and look over what tactics and strategies had been used up till now. Although if you look at owner, that's just watching and munching on that thing you call popcorn. That's not at all what it feels like. Of course not, dummy. Even if I look like this, I'm still the mastermind behind the flood of Salsu, too. Although of course I didn't do anything after that. All I did was watch the kids fight while munching on popcorn. You eat, can't you at least think of where owner's ex-disciple's gonna show up? As the metal bat started showing signs of annoyance, I made a questioning face. Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? It's 'cause owner's ex-disciple was raised by beating her up with my little sister, meaning my little sister's disciple. And on this side, I got students I raised by personally hitting them myself, and hence my disciples. I can't allow my tasty uni to lose to owner's ex-disciple that tasted the hands of my little sister. What a personal reason. So you're saying it's a match between number 17 who grew up getting hit with the wooden bat versus Eugracia, who grew up getting hit by the metal bat. Although the one who was taught by me personally was number 17, there was only about a year's worth of difference between how long she was taught for compared to the Eugracia kids. That kind of gap can be closed with the metal bat. Now that does seem quite an amusing prospect. Humph. This is my unavoidable fight with my little sis. As the big sis I can't lose to my little sis. I know for a fact that this thing was produced 7 to 8 years after the wooden bat, yet she continues to claim that she's the elder sister. Well, is it the difference between having an ego and not? In that case, the wooden bat has a chance of evolving into an ego weapon later on. So what, my little sis got sold to owner's disciple 'cause a bad owner. Now that I think about it, I wonder how Rain's doing. When I considered number 17 running around perfectly fine, it did seem like he'd handed them over safely, but who knew if he might have gotten caught by the Imperial Princess and getting tortured in some underground dungeon somewhere. Wait, owner? You said that wasn't gonna happen? Owner's last disciples are all from good households, so he could get away safely if he just handed them over. So what, it's the Imperial Princess we're talking about. Even the Emperor can't touch her, so you think any of the other nobles could? Poor boy, I feel so sorry for him. Well, that's the worst-case scenario. When I took Rain's face reading, his fate was one to get stabbed over a love affair, not at the hands of the princess. I dunno what this face reading thing is, but I bet owner's entire fortune that the latter fate is owner's fate. If I bet my entire fortune on a bet with myself, then I don't win anything? But, this is something owner already admitted would happen. Well, true, although that's only a story for if I get caught. And so, I will never, ever let myself get caught. Number 19 Their story, a certain former host's, current slave, story. He's definitely going to get caught. That's how it's going to happen. In a certain giant room, that unlike what one might expect, had nothing in it aside from a giant bed. When I arrived here, I heard from Lady Iris about the instructor. Contrary to what he'd said to me when he said he'd go to some village at the end of the world to farm the land, he was acting as a teacher in one of the key educational institutions of the Empire, Eugracia. But even so, the Imperial Princess discovered him. Rain, you need to stay right here. Because of what you said back then, let alone all of the intelligence agents in the Empire, all of the key members of His Highness the Crown Prince's faction ended up searching all the villages in the middle of nowhere. Yes, ma'am. When I nodded my head, the young lady nodded in turn and stroked my cheek with a wistful expression on her face. Our opponent being who he is, you did nothing wrong, Rain, but there might still be someone who wants to take their frustrations out on you after being made to roam the Empire for a year. So Rain, rest up here until I get back. Let me ask a question to the young lady who's looking at me as if she's truly regretful she has to leave. Lady Iris. Iris. How much longer are you going to call me lady between the two of us? Ha ha ha, why, Lady Iris. Really, Rain. As the young lady made a disappointed expression, I raised my head slightly and pointed at something. This, could you please take it? No. Right? As the young lady instantly turned to me with dead eyes, I could do nothing but shut my mouth. Because if I said anything more here, it felt like something might happen. It's all right as long as you understand. Then, you really need to stay quietly here, all right? If you need anything, ask the maids and they can get it for you. When I nodded again, moisture welled up in her wide eyes as she pulled me into her embrace. When the Imperial Festival ends, I can take some time off as well. Then, let's do all sorts of things that we couldn't do, because I was too busy. Yes. I didn't dare ask what all sorts of things were meant to be, and could only see the young lady off. I have to escape. After I sat around quietly for 30 minutes just in case, I made my resolve. I have to escape. That's what my instincts were telling me. I understood why the instructor continued to run away when the princess of the strongest nation in the world, and a beauty 20 years younger than him to boot, wanted to marry him. Although the fact that I was experiencing it with my own body was most unfortunate for me. But how? This is one of the ducal houses of which only 3 existed in the entire empire, and the only one who was active in the imperial palace itself, the Leonhardt family, who was arguably the leader of the 10 great families, and I was at their main residence. And in said main residence, I was in a room on the highest 5th floor. I don't think I could run even if I wasn't collared. I muttered as I touched the collar attached to my neck. This collar was actually a special one that the imperial princess herself commissioned from the dwarves, all to catch the instructor. Without even a keyhole, the only way this collar could be opened by its original user, and if she so desired, the young lady could paralyze my body, render me unconscious or know my location in real time. But still, at least. In the fear that I would lose something important when the young lady came back after doing whatever it was she had to do, I opened the door a crack. What is it? Did you need anything? I was wondering where the bathroom was. 8 pairs of eyes were trained on me as their owner smiled brightly. But, their dress aren't that of maids, but clearly and perfectly knights, milady? Rather than maids, aren't they guards set to watch over me? The bathroom is inside the room. Thank you. She was smiling, but the aura she exerted was yelling at me to shut up and get back in the room, so I nodded and went straight back inside. Now that I think about it, there isn't even a window. How was it that there wasn't a single window in this giant room? Had she blocked them all up because I was coming here? As I entered the bathroom, thinking that, as I thought, there were no windows in the bathroom either. The smell's going to be a problem when I have to do a big one. Although of course, it's a bathroom designed for my own personal use, but still. Yep, let's run. It was a room that seemed impossible to escape from, but the more it felt like that, the desire to escape became stronger and stronger. But, how do I escape?